smoke. I can't see through you. Hello?
Okay, thanks to the efforts of our IT, the meeting is now live online. So we're going to just give a few minutes for folks who are probably refreshing their pages to get online with us. And then we are also updating our clerk's website for folks who maybe are going there to find the information. And I encourage folks, assembly or otherwise, if you want to post about it on social media for anyone who maybe is wondering about the same thing.
Hey, tell him that they're stopping them from even coming into the lobby. Okay, I will.
Ready to start. I'd like to call this assembly meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Peterson. He has to be excused.
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Gwen Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Schimsheimer, can you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you. So land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead, jump straight into, excuse me, thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, a moment of privilege.
Yeah.
Rabbi Greenberg, would you be willing to come up? Do my job. Thank you, sir, for coming tonight. And I stand here humbled before everybody in this room, on this body, the administration, the public, to offer an apology to you for words that I said last night that came from my mouth that communicated what I did not intend. And while I was gaining to seek perspective, clearly I stumbled in my words and thoughts and caused pain and caused harm in our community, to you personally and to your congregation. And for that, I am truly sorry, and again, I apologize to you and to your congregation. All of my life, I have spent working on advancing the cause of reducing bigotry and improving life for those less fortunate. And last night, I failed. And so, to everybody assembled here and to the world who is listening, I just express my humble apology. I do look forward to meeting with you to talk about the question that I really meant to ask in relationship to a message that I read out that my words attributed inadvertently to you, but that wasn't what I had hoped to do. And to talk about those words because I need help understanding how to engage with these people. And I know you're positioned to help me understand that. So again, to everybody, my humble apologies, and to you, sir, most certainly.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your apology and desire to meet with me, to apologize in person and in public, what you did now, what happened last night. I'm very grateful that you recognize the gravity of your words, how they came across, and that you want to make amends with the Jewish community, with the community at large, for what happened last night. Your apology and coming forward in such an honest and open way is greatly appreciated and will no doubt help us to move forward and bring the community together. I want to thank the Anchorage community for the outpouring of support. I received last night and today hundreds of phone calls and emails and Facebook messages from every political, religious, and ethnic segment in our Anchorage community. It is clear that Anchorage will always remain welcoming and supportive of diversity and tolerance. Second, I want to thank the mayor and members of the assembly who reached out to me personally and apologize for what happened last night. And again, I want to thank you for your apology, and I really accepted it. I just want to take this opportunity to express again my appreciation to the mayor and to the entire assembly for their effort to solve the problem that we have with homelessness and drug abuse in the community. As I mentioned in my original statement last night, this is a very noble cause and goes to the roots of the Jewish and American values. It is our duty, everyone in our town, and our responsibility to make sure that every person does not have a home, we should provide them a home. And anyone who is struggling with substance abuse, they deserve to receive our help. Our campus, our neighborhoods, our community councils will be happy to work together with the assembly to find a plan that is helpful and safe for all. Thank you so much. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you, Mr. Constant. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2020-185, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving a water main extension on Sea Cliff Street, identified as part of the Sand Lake Area Water Study, and providing for assessment of benefited properties.
reading.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Constant.
this is another item that I have a conflict on.
Thank you, yes. As I have made the ruling in the past, I rule again that you do have a conflict on this item.
Thank you.
Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Let me just make sure here. Okay. Seeing and hearing. Oh, hi. Welcome.
My name is, sorry, it's hard to find the right distance here. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
My name is Jennifer Anderson, Jennifer Anderson. I have been very concerned about our water mains. I've been reading in the paper that we've got a lot of problems. I've been reading about the fact that our infrastructure is aging, and that we've actually had some pretty significant problems where we've actually had, what do you call that? The road drops, holes that happen as a concern. So I'm glad we're doing this. I can't ask questions, I'm sorry. I read this and I wasn't quite sure if or how it would affect the work to improve or change our existing infrastructure. And I just wanted to let you know that your citizens are thinking about those things. They're kind of hidden. It's like nobody thinks about your toilet, right? It either works or it doesn't work. But I was reading about this, and it made me concerned about what's going on with our existing infrastructure, and I just wanted to make sure that we were still on top of that as well. So thank you very much for your time. I sure appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. Madam Vice Chair?
Move to accept the AIM 92-2020 to incorporate the revised Exhibit A, which contains a revised assessment poll.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you have anything? Did you want to speak to that motion?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Is there any opposition? And this just seeks to replace one of the information items that goes with this item. Okay, seeing none then, that item has been replaced. What is the will of the body on the main motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to, again, put on the record, and my colleague, Ms. Quinn Davidson, may add to this, that this process of developing this opportunity for water for this community has highlighted a real problem with our process. We have a community who doesn't have municipal water and doesn't have sewer, and their neighbors don't as well. And that's creating problems for them. And they're having to themselves try to solve those problems. So when the opportunity came for them to get water, and we were planning on digging up their entire street, we can't figure out a way to get them sewer as well. And so there's a variety of things that I'm concerned about here. I'm going to continue to allow this to go through because I think it's important that that they get water. But I just want to put on the record that there's a variety of problems. The problem of having the community, quote unquote, vote for this it's not transparent because the fact that they voted against it doesn't indicate that they don't want it or don't need it. It means that they were presented a proper position that was not viable for them because of the cost. Second, we have a process where we are offering them to opt in to the water, but we can't figure out a way for them to opt in to the sewer. So, and the last point I want to make is that it feels really unfair as it relates to how we are treating our citizens who live in that neighborhood, the people who live there, and how we are treating the organizations, the developers. It feels very unfair because we're willing to go a long way to accommodate developers so that they can get the water and the sewer and the things that they need to develop their new developments. But we're not willing to do that for the residents that are there. So again, I've spoken about this before. The people who live in that community, we've spent a lot of time with them. We've talked about this at the community council. It's a foregone conclusion that this is going to go through. But I do think that we need to put a pin in this and make sure that in the future we think about how to do this in a different way. So when the opportunity comes for us to dig up an entire street to put in water, that we are able to put in sewer as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Perez-Verdia expressed my concerns as well pretty articulately, so I don't think I need to say a whole lot more except for that I'm really frustrated. And, it's interesting for the city. We're in a consistent position of picking up the slack for the state. And that's happening again here. We used to have more state grant monies available to do this kind of work that benefits the community, and now we don't. We used to have the state paying for road updates, and now we don't. Now we're looking at ways to pay for, health and human services because the state won't fund it. So it's just a really frustrating position to be in. That said, the Muni keeps saving the day, and we will continue to try to do that. And I'm looking forward to talking with Mr. Falsey and Mr. Corsentino and Cameron and others about how to build a structure that better represents the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to express appreciation to Mark Corsentino and Mark Schimsheimer for their work in this. And clean water is definitely a public health and safety issue, and I understand, I've heard the frustrations from the residents in that area about the high cost of septic and sewer, and want to just point out that many residents in my district and Mr. Weddleton's district deal with septic issues, and it is costly, but it is something that typically is not funded by our community, and it does fall on the individual. So thanks for your work in coming up with a solution, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a concern about this because I'm hearing from my two fellow assembly persons that they're not exactly pleased about this action that's before us, this resolution. So I want to lean with them, and I just don't see how I can support something when the two persons in that district are so hesitant. It makes me uncomfortable. And I understand the state budget, and I think if we can work on reducing our Muni budget, then we should be able to open the door to make sure your district gets taken care of in these things.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I think this warrants our complete support. I mean, the people in the neighborhood voted for it. So, to vote against this is saying, no, you can't have the water that you all say you want. So, I mean, I think there's a tangential issue that water is coming under a easier and cheaper method than sewer does, but we want to vote against this because this is what they want. They also want the sewer cheaper, but we don't have a mechanism for doing that because it's cost cause or cost payer, and it's just darn expensive. So I recommend we unanimously approve this because the neighbors approved it. You know, it's through the normal mechanism, and I certainly want to be the one to deprive them of, you know, their water.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I want to be very, very clear. I think that my position on this is that I am going to vote to approve it because I believe that it's necessary and it's an opportunity to get this particular street water, and they need it. My comments were more directed at the process and the fact that I think that we need to really think about how we're doing these things in the future. So. Just want to be clear that I am going to support this.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy? Yes.
That item passes 9-0. Yep. Thank you. There he is. We now have before us item 14D, resolution number AR 2020-210, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating proceeds from a borrowing program in an amount not to exceed $48,014,000 and reappropriating $1,126,913, all to the Solid Waste Services Disposal Utility Capital Improvement Fund, and appropriating an amount not to exceed $31,709,000 and a reappropriating $751,276, all to the SWS Refuse Collection Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the new Central Transfer Station project. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2020-59, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual, non-exclusive telecommunication and electrical easement to Chugach Electric Association, Inc. of the west 15 feet of a parcel within municipal real property.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AO 2020-62, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual, non-exclusive telecommunication and electrical easements to Chugach Electric Association, Inc. of a portion within municipal real property, legally described as Tract B1, Bayshore West Unit Number 2. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14G, ordinance number AO 2020-60, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by a competitive bid of Heritage Land Bank parcel 5003, illegally described as Lot 4 ASLS 97-10, Raspberry Road Municipal Land Selection Site.
Waive reading.
Thanks. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify?
Do you need me to go through spelling my name again since it is a different ordinance?
If you go ahead, just state your name, but you don't have to spell it. We got it.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Anderson. I am concerned about us dispose. Is that better?
I can hear you fine.
Okay. I am concerned about us disposing of land. I know the Heritage Land Bank has extensive properties, but I've been thinking about this in relationship to the information I've read in other documents regarding PLI and the scarcity of land for other purposes, and I want to express my concern that even, certainly for good reasons, if on the one hand we have official documents that say that we don't have enough land to serve our purposes, and then over on this hand we say that I'm sorry, I'm really nervous, that we should dispose of land, I'm having trouble reconciling that, and so I have concerns about that, and I just ask your wisdom on that because this seems really odd when over here we're saying we don't have enough land, and then here we are getting rid of it. Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I think I have a question for you, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
not so much a question. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe get someone smarter to explain. But not that it's invalid, but this is actually zoned residential and not PLI, and we have actually a lot of land. It's just not all in the right place in the right kind of designation. But this is in a residential area that is kind of appropriate. That's what would happen here. So HLB kind of holds land, and when we don't need it anymore, they'll sell it, and they're self-funding too. So this is how they fund themselves. So.
So if it's residential land, is it possible that it could be used for homeless type purposes? Is it okay if I go on a tangent for just a super short second?
He gives the permission.
So
If you have like a secondary
I'll be
question,
as fast.
sure.
So I grew up in California, and in my home county, they are putting these wonderful little units on on city-owned land, and they're building some infrastructure. And they're not quite as fancy as the little houses that went in over on Strawberry, but if we own land that's residential land, it seems to me that would be a really cool, creative approach to helping solve some of these really terrible problems we have for people who just need a little tiny lift, just a little bit. I know in Sonoma County they're doing some of that, and it's pretty cool. They're doing some pretty nifty things down there, and I don't think it's about $50,000 or $80,000 per family that they're housing, and they have some different climates to deal with. But gosh, if this is residential land. Gosh, that would be kind of a neat thing. So I don't
Well,
want
I
to
might say it will be on the market, and you can bid on it and do that. So bid high.
What a delightful idea. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Sure.
I appreciate her sensibilities.
Welcome.
Howdy, howdy. And I'm Patrick McCormack, and I'm in reference to what she had to say. That's just my sole purpose here. These tiny home communities are an opportunity. And I think that's what she was referring to, tiny homes. And so if this land is available, I think she's onto something. And homelessness, is that really a problem, or is that an opportunity? If it's an opportunity, those tiny home communities are a possible solution. Those massive structures that you're thinking about buying for $22.5, it's like a warehouse for people. That doesn't sit well with me. They're not homes. Those little tiny homes, that's a home. That's something that you would feel solid about as a human being. Integrity is important. And I suspect a lot of homeless are lacking in that department. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Excuse me, that item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14H, ordinance AO number 2020-61, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive telecommunication and electrical easements to Matanuska Electric Association, Inc., of a portion within municipal real property legally described as Lot 1A ASLS 88-211.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14I, resolution number AR 2020-219, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating and adopting U.S. Housing and Urban Development, the Home Investment Partnerships Program, funding through 2018 Substantial Amendment number 3 in the amount of $109,960, and 2019 Substantial Amendment number 2 in the amount of $161,225 to the Federal Grants Fund, and to adopt and appropriate funding from Section 1131, the Title I Housing and Economic Recovery Act of 2008 as a HUD subgrant through Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, 2019 National Housing Trust funds of $550,000 to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the Anchorage Health Department under 2018 and 2019 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plans, an amendment to the Municipality of Anchorage HUD Citizen Participation Plan. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The title of this one shows how complex the web of housing funding is as part of the whole, as we address housing and affordable housing and stability, in our city and in our municipality. So I hope we can work to find a way to communicate that more clearly. But I just kind of wanted to point that out. That title really exemplifies that there are lots of moving parts to the whole housing continuum. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14J, ordinance number AO 2020-64, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly describing the duties and meetings of the Commission on Salaries and Emoluments by adding new sections to Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 4.10. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. The next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2020-232, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the transfer of municipal marijuana retail license number M10254 to Class M, LLC DBA Canabaska.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
The Community and Economic Development Committee looked at this this past Thursday, quite a bit of detail, talked to the applicant, and we recommend approval.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2020-237, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for AK Ryan LLC, a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M22479, doing business as AK Ryan.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Okay. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. For the members, we do have available on the phone, if there are questions, Mr. Kyle Denton, the designated licensee, and Ms. Jenna Weltzing. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
I have 2 points. One is an apology on 15A, that Cannabessa we did not cover at the Community Economic Development Committee. That was a fairly simple transfer of ownership. We did discuss this one and recommend approval.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2020-238, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Primo Farms North LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M24383, doing business as Primo.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We do have one individual to testify over the phone, Mr. Steve Beardsley. If we can go ahead. Are you Mr. Beardsley? Oh, great.
Evening, my name is Steve Beardsley, B-E-A-R-D-S-L-E-Y. I've been a resident of the Ocean View area since '76 and of Anchorage since '72. I'm currently the Old Seward Ocean View Community Council president. As you can see from your letter, I'm just reiterating our opposition to this license on the numbers that are bulleted in your letter. The process was well followed by the applicant. We did our due diligence and attended the community meeting. It was the first attempt at Zooming for most of the peoples, and the egress and exiting out of that strip mall is really tight. Both are either going northbound or southbound. We had many people tune in to their community meeting and ask questions as the retail or wholesale grow facility, and we didn't get much of an answer from the applicant in our estimation. I think the vote was 14-1, with the president abstaining from the vote to oppose this license and special use.
Thank you. I have a question for you.
Really?
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Steve, for being here.
Sure.
And just so I'm clear on the points from your letter, there are 5 areas that you outlined, and you mentioned egress is one of them, specifically onto the Old Seward Highway. And the others, you mentioned that the process was followed by the applicant, but there were a low number of participants at the community meeting, right? So that's one. Other leaseholders in the mall were not contacted, and the council has concerns about security of patrons, that the area is in a location that might be an easy mark for vandals. And then there was a lack of clarity concerning the applicant's intent, whether or not they may want to expand into the retail space or perhaps a wholesale or grow facility. Is that
Right.
correct?
Yeah, the strip mall that it sits in is located at the very end towards the railroad tracks. There's only 2 evening lights in through there. It sits right next to a VFW post. I don't know the number, as well as there's a number of vacant. And we're just a little fearful for both the employees, the applicant, his business, as well as the surrounding neighborhoods. And that came up by people that live nearby within the 500-foot. There is a child care which has within 500 feet as the crow flies, not as the people walk. It's about 650 feet away from the establishment.
Okay. And if I may,
Sure.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So my question, Steve, is is there anything that would enable the community council to support this applicant? I mean, as far as responses to those concerns, can you think of what might be ways to address each one? Do you have anything in mind?
Yeah, our community council is small. It goes from the firing range to Clatt Road, to the extension of Clatt Road from the old New Seward down to near the park, which is near C Street. So it's a relatively small demographics. We don't have very much retail or industrial land it's already not taken already. And proliferation of alcohol and establishments on the north side of Huffman Road, but not to the south, because it was deeded back in 1948 to have those kind of establishments in that homestead area. We just feel it's not in the character of our neighborhood. I think there's ample opportunity down farther on Old Seward Highway. There's a couple of retail shops that are currently in business, but it didn't fit with our community council.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
All right. I don't know if there's anyone here who could, as far as notifying the people in the mall, that was an issue. I mean, there's a sign on the door, and I just want to verify, because any property within, I think, 500 feet or so gets a notice.
To my knowledge, they did notify people that live farther down on the airstrip, but well out of the 500. So they did notify people that were adjacent, I believe, to the Alaska Railroad strip, as well as John's Landing, John's Airstrip. So I live right across the street, and I did not get notice, but I had plenty of people that were notified over the 500 feet.
Okay, but I thought you had a concern that the people within the strip mall were not notified.
We asked the applicant if he had contacted them, and our knowledge, he may have at the time that before he had his community meeting, which I believe is in February. We did our own investigation. Did you contact a number of the people? And they said no, they did not hear. Whether they are an employee or a manager, we're not cognizant of that.
Okay, because there is a mailing done, and then there's a sign on the door that has a...
Well, it sits deep to the west of Old Seward Highway. It's about 6 units in. So, yeah, it kind of sits there, and not much activity occurs at VFW until like 2 p.m., and they're down on their volume of people that are coming in, and the rest of the places are closed except for one place. Everything else is closed except for VFW and this applicant.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
My name is Jennifer Anderson. My interest in this is my child, my 8-year-old daughter, frequently spends time, she's actually with her tonight, with my in-laws who live extremely close to this proposed property. If you ignore the roads and just walk through the wilderness between here and their yard, it's perhaps a 2-minute walk. They do not recall receiving any sort of flyer or notification regarding this property or this change to their neighborhood. This area is largely residential. The businesses are small businesses, more like daycare. There's a restaurant. There's the Post. And this is pretty far out of what we already have down there. Again, my interest is because my daughter spends a lot of time with her grandparents, and so I am concerned about how that's going to affect the neighborhood for my child's safety. My child spends a lot of time outside. And how this could impact the character of the neighborhood and how that can impact the things that they can do there. As it is, they spend a lot of time walking, a lot of time outside, and a lot of time just enjoying the character of the neighborhood and the houses and you know, the other activities that are going on there. And as I said, they do not recall receiving a notification, and certainly as the crow flies, they are well within that 500 feet. So that is my concern tonight regarding this matter, is how it will impact my daughter and my in-laws.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
And actually, I'd like to add some wording to what you have in front of you, so I will read it out. And this, it should not be unfamiliar. This will match similar amendments to other marijuana applicants that are in strip malls. So this would be a new condition 8, to extend interior walls abutting the adjoining units not under the control of the applicant to the underside of the roof deck to improve security and prevent the migration of odors to adjoining units. Can we read it again?
Okay. Did you get a second to that amendment, to the amendment?
I thought it, oh, because I amended the amendment. Sort of,
Second. Sure, second. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay, can you state it one more time for the clerk, please?
Okay, it's a new condition 8, extend interior walls abutting the adjoining units that are not under the control of the applicant to the underside of the roof deck to improve security and prevent the migration of odors to adjoining units.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to that amendment, to the amendment?
Yeah, we've done this, I think, on every marijuana, well, might have missed one, operation that's in a strip mall, because often the walls don't go all the way up to the pan decking, they'll just go up to the suspended ceiling, so it's actually easy for people to kind of get into the unit by crawling over the top. And so it's a security issue. It's a little bit odor, but odor in a marijuana retail is not typically an issue. So it really focuses mostly on security. And I'm not aware if not, I would actually, if the applicant is available, ask them. It could be that the wall already goes up that far.
Sure. So do we want to go ahead and dial the applicant and you can ask?
Would you please?
Sure. Let's go ahead and dial Mr. Ferguson.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Ferguson, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We currently have an amendment and an amendment to the amendment before us, and Mr. Weddleton has a question for you.
Okay.
Mr. Ferguson, are you watching us online?
I'm having a little trouble understanding you, but I'm here.
Are you watching us online?
I am, yes. I saw the amendment.
Okay, could you
I have
hear?
no problem with that. That doesn't affect me at all.
Okay, good, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and keep Mr. Ferguson on the line in case we have other questions for him. Ms. Zalatel?
I'd like to speak to the underlying amendment.
Okay. I'll just remember. Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Any opposition to the amendment to the amendment?
Oh, we're still on the amendment to the amendment. Oh, goodness.
Seeing none, then the amendment to the amendment is passed. We now have the amendment before us. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do this every time this issue comes up, so I think we should talk or put it on our list for potential code changes or something like that for the CEDC, because it would just make sense and it would give better notice to applicants if they're looking at a strip mall type property that this is going to be required. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. And for people, we're looking at some of the details on requirements for marijuana establishments now that we've got several years behind us of looking at it. And this requirement is possibly one that would be added to the code. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Okay. Okay. Yes. Ready. Thank you.
Ms. Kennedy, on the amended amendment, how would you vote?
Yes.
Okay.
The amendment passes 10-0. We now have the main motion before us. Any discussion?
Did I mention it? Sorry, did I mention it? CEDC.
Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, the Community and Economic Development Committee discussed this last Thursday in length, and the applicant with his representative were there, and we recommended approval.
Thank you. As this is a quasi-judicial item, I want to give Mr. Ferguson an opportunity to respond to any of the public testimony. Mr. Ferguson, you still with us? If you are muted and we cannot hear you. Can we dial him back?
He still is on the line, Mr. Chair, but I can hang up and try to call again.
Yeah, let's do that.
Muted. Cannot hear you. Hello, I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Ferguson. Hi, can you hear me, Mr. Ferguson?
I can.
Great. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. As this is a quasi-judicial item, I would like to give you, as the applicant, an opportunity to respond to any public testimony or give any other comments, and I'll set the timer for 3 minutes.
Well, we did have the community council, and I did try and address their concerns. And to be clear, right now, this license is just purely a retail. If the opportunity presented itself in the future, I would consider doing a grow or some other type of wholesale, but that would, of course, require a completely different license and a whole new process. But yeah, I tried to address the people's concerns. I did speak to several of the other tenants in the building, and there are a few stores actually open in the building. The barber shop, a granola store, and the restaurant are all open in there. But I've only spoke to a couple of the tenants, and some of them did express their concerns with me coming there. One of them in particular, the barbershop owner, expressed the concern that he was worried that Christian customers would be more leery of coming to that facility if I was next door. But yeah, we're going to do our best to run a clean establishment well within the law and try and make consumers happy as well as the neighbors.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Any other discussion before we vote? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
She is currently unavailable, I believe. That item passes 7-1. That brings us back to items 14A and 14B. So I'm going to go ahead and walk through some of the ground rules, and then we will get started.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We'll do that at 7. Yeah. So we are going to go ahead, take testimony until 7 o'clock, take a normal 20-minute break, and then we'll come back and continue testimony. So for testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate. For public hearing items, your testimony must focus on the topic, not other items or subjects. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. So just like we did last time at the end, we're going to go ahead and switch between in-person testimony and phone testimony. We are going to do, we're going to start with in-person and do 3 in-person, 3 over the phone, and just keep going back and forth. Just like last time, the public hearing is combined for these 2 items. So when you come up to testify, state your name for the record. You'll have either 3 minutes if you intend to testify on one item, or 6 minutes if you intend to testify on both items. It would be helpful if you let me know, otherwise I will have to interrupt you and ask you if you're going to testify on one or both, and I'd rather not. And I believe those are all of the ground rules. Oh, we also have individuals in overflow in the Wilda Marston. So basically what we're going to do is once folks testify here, we're going to circulate folks and basically swap you Wilda Marston, and then folks who want to testify in the Wilda Marston will come in here to testify. With that, we need to do one disclosure before we begin public testimony again. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So it was brought to my attention that there's some question of whether I have a personal or financial interest in one of the 4 properties that is on this AO 2020-66, and that would be the Golden Lion. And that's because I work for, as a development staff, a residential drug and alcohol treatment provider. And so the questions I want to put before the body, the question of is this financial interest substantial, and should I be participating in the actions to come?
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So like normal, I'll run through a few of the questions, and then I think I'll have some additional clarifying questions. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
That one is hazy. This would, if an additional and subsequent ordinance were to be drafted or resolution to provide a solicitation that I might then be required by my employer to develop a response to, then the answer would be yes. But in this case, it's at least 2 steps removed. There has to be the securing of the property, the authorization of funding for a procurement of the contract, and then the award of that. So it's at least 3 steps.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which the elected official or household member belongs?
So this conversation is an interesting one. It depends how you define. It's definitely not a broad class of members of the public. It would be to any treatment provider in the city. I think there are 6 on a map that was presented to us within the Midtown Council, and then there are more than a dozen or so others. And so I can't answer that question. That's a judgment call.
Can you, now going to off-script questions, can you describe your work in crafting or not the proposal before us?
I've served on the homelessness committee and been involved in the homeless issue, which is 3 of the 4 properties. Anyone would know that I strongly support the increase of treatment beds, but in this case, this treatment facility was developed under the settlement agreement of the ML&P transaction, and I had nothing to do with that. I had nothing to do with the crafting of this ordinance, except that once it was introduced, I asked at a later date to have my name put on as a sponsor, and so that would be the only action.
And just to be super clear, so you did not play any part in crafting this particular item before us, nor did you have, or did you? And did you have any part in adding the treatment facility, specifically the Golden Lion Hotel?
To the first part of the question, I worked really hard for us to come to the point where we're looking to expand our homeless services. So that's the 3 of the 4 buildings. But I had no participation or input in any part of the conversation about the Golden Lion. And in fact, I was quite surprised to see it on the item when it was introduced.
Thank you. So it is my ruling as chair that for this specific item that we have before us, which is item 14B, AO number 2020-66, the acquisition of the 4 different properties, that Mr. Constant does not have a conflict of interest. Want to be clear for the record, though, that in any future item regarding this, where we have a specific proposal regarding a treatment facility, that at that time there will be another determination, and likely Mr. Constant will have a conflict of interest. Ms. Allard?
Can we stand by for just a moment? I wanted to ask Dean a question. Can we hold off just for a moment?
Sure, we can take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Thanks. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is David Matt Duncan. Duncan spelled Delta, Uniform, November, Charlie, Alpha, November. I'm here today to speak for in support of this. I would like for you to vote yes, Mr. Chairman and members of the Assembly.
And sorry, are you speaking on one or both items?
Let's do just one. I think I'm going to knock through this in 3 minutes, no problem.
Thanks.
I live in Old Hermit Park neighborhood, which is a micro neighborhood inside of Spenard. I've taken on the unpaid, unprofessional role of helper for the neighborhood. In the past 2 months, our neighbors that are homeless have littered over 50 full black trash bags of garbage into our streets and our small micro park and into what we call Treehouse Alley, which is just an alley with a treehouse in it. That trash has included a lot of needles and a lot of half-eaten food, which is very bad smelling and causes a great deal of distress for my tiny dogs that I like to go walking with my girlfriend. There is a crisis. I have had to ask multiple people to take their camps out of Old Hermit Park because they refuse to use the trash can. These neighbors of ours have physical disabilities, they have mental disabilities, they have signs of severe trauma, and they have debilitating addictions to alcohol and drugs that they apparently require needles to take. They need serious help. This is an epidemic. This is a problem. And I am more than happy to pay $10 extra for my bottle of scotch that I earn on Friday night in order to put these people somewhere where they can get the help that they absolutely need. I understand that there's a lot of people that may think they have a better idea, but I have talked to the subject matter experts. I have been to all of the council meetings that you provided subject matter experts to educate me about this. This is the best option that we have right now to address what is a serious, serious problem that is going to be making even more people sick. And yeah, I personally cannot fix this. I don't have enough money to fix it, but if we all work together, we actually can do something. And even if you think this is wrong, this is something. And I would really like you to vote yes so that we can start moving this ball down the road. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Ms. Allard.
Yes, sir. Are you aware of the full plan? Or when you were told, you said that you've spoken to the subject matter experts. Are you aware of the entire plan, or what exactly did they explain to you?
That the state is going to be purchasing 4 facilities. Those facilities are going to have different roles to play in helping people out, but the main thing is to get them out of our parks and off of the corner at Walmart and into a place where they have a private room with a roof over their head and access to the treatments that they need. And a lot of them that I've spoken to when I'm asking them to leave the park, I say, why don't you go to the Sullivan? Why don't you go to the Ben Boki? Why don't you go to the Brother Francis shelter? And they very, very plainly explained to me that they view those places as the 7th, 8th, and 9th circles of Dante's Inferno. Those are not nice places. They don't want to be there. They don't want to be sleeping in an open room next to somebody that is coming down off of their opiate addiction. They don't want to be sleeping in a room next to someone who is talking to someone who is not there. They don't want to be sleeping next to children who are homeless that are screaming all night long because they don't have any food. They are much happier camping in a nice park next to a creek in the railroad tracks than they are going to these facilities. So I'm under the impression that these facilities will not be those horrible, horrible places that the homeless refuse to go to. These will be places where they actually will have a little bit of privacy and can take a shower in their own room.
I have a follow-up. So that's interesting. So you've actually spoken to many of your neighbors.
Yeah, some of my homeless neighbors have offered to fight me over it, but they're very unhappy people. Very, very unhappy people.
So here's a question to you then. Did they ever open up to you that maybe, because you said they don't like sleeping in the open bays or the place isn't nice enough for them, had they ever opened up to you maybe about what put them there? Or I have a feeling maybe you're referencing a few recent conversations and maybe if they wanted to go back to work or...
they are crippled with drug addiction. I say, you can stay here in this park, but you have to use this trash bag, and they can't get their needles in the trash bag. That's how crippled these people are and eat up by addiction and mental illness. So
thank you.
It's very obvious why they're there. And I am not equipped in any way to help them.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Not my education or background.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Eric Connick. I am the general manager of Lithia Kia, and I'm going to be speaking on both ordinances. Am I good to go?
Yes.
First, I don't want to come up here and try to say that I'm going to convince any of you guys that have already told the community that you're going to vote yes. I think we're all out here pouring our hearts out, and you look at me crazy, but that's true, and I would appreciate your attention. As I watch people testify, nobody's watching. Only a select few are, so I think it's rude. So I'm not going to thank you for your time, and I don't expect you to do that to me, but I expect you to listen just a little bit, okay? I am the general manager of Lithia Kia. Every day, I help a homeless person. Every day, somebody walks into my facility. And do you know what I was taught from my mentors? I invite them in, I give them water, I give them coffee, and I get them on their way. Sometimes they use my bathroom. Sometimes it's for a really long time. Okay? And sometimes I've closed my store and they've still been in there. So my heart goes out to you folks trying to solve the problem. My heart goes out to the community that's trying to solve the problem. Okay? It's a tough problem to solve. So not for 1 second can anybody tell me that's been homeless or been mentally ill or had drug addiction can't say that Lithia Kia or all Lithia hasn't helped participate to solve that problem. Okay? I have a problem, and I think most of the community has a problem with the process. You tell me that you let everybody know about a community council meeting? I'm 50 feet from the shelter. I found out 5 days ago. That is not okay. I want my voice to be heard. But the reality is, you guys have already made your opinion. I know it, okay? And the fact is, we all know we got executive power and $155 million to spend. I appreciate the mayor. I appreciate you guys. I'm a general manager. Again, it's tough to manage 40 people. I wouldn't want to have to make 250,000 or 300,000 happy. That's not right. I don't expect you to do that. But what I expect is some common courtesy. You could put this thing in my backyard at my house. You know what I would say? I want a public process. If that's where it goes, that's where it goes. Okay? There's no plan. You can't tell me you have a plan. And let me tell you about a plan. Okay? Here's what you guys haven't figured out. And I don't know if you thought about it or not. I've been to SARP. I've spoken SARP. I've worked 12 hours a day and went to SARP because it's right behind my store. I've never had one problem from somebody in SARP. Not one. Do you folks know how many people are in SARP right now? 0. The facility is empty. There's nobody there. I called them today. Hey, what's up with the facility that you already have the kitchens, the bathrooms, the beds, everything's all built a block away. I don't know if these people would be upset with that, but I would think they'd be a little more happy to have a process and go, you know what, we're buying a facility. Have you even been into the Alaska Club? I wonder if any of you have walked in. I would love to know if Ethan's been there. I'd love to know if you physically walked in. It is worse than a prison. What are we trying to do? Are we trying to solve COVID? Are we trying to solve mental illness? Are we trying to solve drug addiction? Are we trying to solve homeless? Because I feel like what you're trying to do is solve all 4 in one shot. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I'm frustrated, okay? And I support what you're trying to do. But you can't tell me you let these community members know about this. And you guys can't tell me that you're supporting your constituents. I heard somebody say, we were at the meetings. What meeting? I'm 50 feet. I didn't know about any meeting. It's not right. And I think there's a mental illness problem. I'm going to say one quick story. We have a guy that comes to my store about once a month, mentally ill, picking up cigarette butts, use the bathroom, get him his coffee, on the way. He's got one thing, you know what it is? his dad's phone number. You know what I did? I called his old man. Hey man, your son's here. Could you imagine that? You know what he told me? There's nowhere for him to go. So my heart goes out to you. I get what you're trying to do, but there's a mental illness problem. There's a lot of difference between a mental illness person and somebody that's fallen on hard times. And I've served my country, okay? So I don't think it's right that your process is like this, okay? I think what we have to do is let your community be heard and try to find a different solution. If you want to spend federal money at it, go ahead. Do it. But let's try to maybe solve one issue at a time. You're solving 4. It won't work. It's just not going to work. That's all I have. I'm riled up. I'm frustrated. I feel bad for the coffee shop. I know the lady that owns it. It's garbage. It's not going to work. And none of you can tell me that I haven't helped treatment and I haven't helped the homeless, and Lithia doesn't do that. We have 5,000 employees nationwide. We give to the homeless. We're based out of Oregon. So I'll help. I'll buy food. I don't care. I'll buy food for the shelter, but you need to tell me the plan. All I know is I got a letter in the mail a week ago, and this was done. And we all know it's done. It's done. This is all dog and pony show. I mean, we all know it's done. This is crazy. Did the public vote on a water line? I couldn't comprehend that the public voted. I don't know if they did or not. Did they vote on a water line and not get an opportunity to vote on this? I mean, think about it. What do we vote on? What do we vote for? This is a big deal. I think people need help. It's frustrating to me that we're trying to solve all 4 issues in one quick shot. That's it.
Ms. Allard?
I understand your frustration. You might want to breathe just for a second.
I am hotter than a firecracker in here. I'll tell you that right now. Buy some AC with the money. Thank you.
So my question's kind of sort of simple with you. And I appreciate everything that you're saying that you've helped, even with the little bit of the coffee to help our neighbors, right? Because they're valued human beings.
100%.
And we need to take responsibility somehow and get our folks some mental health.
100%.
Okay. So when we're working towards doing those issues and trying to help our community and stuff, what one thing, when you're saying that we have to have a plan, what would one of your suggestions be, beside the fact that obviously we need to let the public know further in advance and go through a better process for you? But if you have one suggestion, and before you answer that, I want to tell you something. I did reach out to the communities because I'm hoping, right, that these testimonies can sway some of my assembly persons up here. Whether it is or not, I don't know. Do I think everybody's mind's made up? I don't think so. But I really do appreciate your testimony, and I know all they do too. But what one suggestion can you give them, meaning my colleagues here, that we could do with the homeless? Something you think would be part of a plan.
So here's my point, right? We just went from mental illness to homeless. The 2 are kind of combined. So which one are we solving? Are we trying to just shelter homeless people and pack them in? Because it seems to me that we're mixing the message for the public. That's my frustration. To tackle mental illness, listen, I didn't go to Yale. I didn't go to Harvard. I don't have an analytics degree. I've never sat on one board in my life. I don't know what the answer is. But here's what I know. I called one of my friends who's a VP of a hospital, and I asked him. And it's a lot of resource. It's not a do your best today with what we got. It's leave a legacy and do your best with what we can do. Does that make sense? So to solve mental illness and homelessness, which I think most of the mentally ill or most of the homeless have a mental illness problem. They can't even check themselves in and out. They don't even, the guy that comes to my store once a month, he doesn't have the capacity to check in and check out. I have a 14-year-old boy. I don't know if he'll go crazy one day. And that's how it relates to me. So again, I support you. I support you, man. I wear my face mask. I sat in here with my face mask on. I support all you guys. I think maybe I make a horrible politician, and I wouldn't want to come in here, but here's what I would tell you. I really feel like we can help the homeless community. Okay, and I think we can do it quickly. Again, how many of you knew the SARP building was, and then you hear, okay, SARP, religion, we can't buy that, right? Who knows? Maybe we can get them some funding and make that a treatment facility, because I got news for you. They kind of know what they're doing. Did you know it was empty? Because I did. I mean, did the community know? I've never had one issue with SARP. I have an issue with the building next door being jammed as a homeless center. There's a better way, okay? And most people that don't have homes would share with you, like the gentleman just said. If they were sane, they'd all get on their cots and sleep together. They don't want to go there because they know that half of them are insane, and it's sad. It's a sad deal. So I think what you're trying to do here is solve 4 separate issues in one thing. It doesn't work. That's my issue with it. And again, I want to end it with this. If you told me it was going in Bayshore, where I live, luckily, I don't care. Okay. Or the hill, wherever. And the community was involved, and you told me you had a plan and this was the way it was, and we're going to tackle each issue differently, then I would probably be a little less heated. And that's the issue I have. I don't think you guys, you sit on these committees and I don't think you're truly aware. I mean, it seems easy. Take the $155 million, spend it, and we'll solve the problem. I'm telling you right now, it sounds like a great idea today, but you're doing your best with a little. And when all you guys aren't in office, okay, next year or the year after or whenever it is, okay, or if you are, whatever, if you are, I think you want to end your terms better. A long-term plan. This is a short-term plan, and you're not looking down the field.
I have one more question for you, sir. Ms. Zolotel.
Hi, I'm over here. I think it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to connect with you through the Midtown Community Council. I hope that you'll join us at the Midtown Community Council and that you'd be a member. As you may know, the Midtown Community Council is primarily businesses in Midtown. And we've been talking for almost a year about shelter in Midtown. So I hope you'll join the conversation with us. So it's not so much a question as an invitation, and would love you to be a part of our group.
I would love to participate. My heart goes out to you folks. My heart goes out to the community. Okay? It's not an easy problem. I would love to participate in that. Do I want to? I mean, I'd rather hug a toilet bowl. I'm serious. I would. Than be here today. Than be here up here today. I'd rather be outside. Okay? So again, I empathize for you, Ethan. I empathize for you, Felix. I empathize for all you folks trying to solve the problem. But I just want you to slow down for a minute. The best gains I've had in my career, in my life, were thought out, well planned out, and I asked for advice. I asked my other mentors for advice. And I found when I slowed down and made the smarter decision, I touched more lives and did better. And I think that's all we're trying to say. Not one person here doesn't want to help the homeless population. That's not what we're trying to do. Okay, you can't tell me that I haven't. I'll help one tomorrow. So I'm done.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I'm hot.
So, sir, just one more second. Sir, just one more second. You said you worked at Lithia?
Yes.
So what if we came and just kind of did an outreach with you, since it sounds like you do help over at Lithia with the coffee and...
I would be more than happy to do that. We've donated over, my mom passed away from cancer. We've donated over 100, just in my facility alone, we've given back to the community over $100,000 in cancer. Veterans, you'll never see me upside down on a plane or fighting a tiger on TV. None of you have. I'm not that guy. I do, listen to me, what I do is grassroots sponsorships. So if the community or a sports team or something needs something, I help them. I help the community. And I'm willing to help these guys.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Well, my friend Eric is going to be a pretty hard act to follow, don't you think? Actually, he's family. So my name's Julie Brophy, and I am going to be talking on both 58 and 66. So I was going through Facebook today after last night. I spent the time here last night just like you guys did, and was up till like 2 or 3 going through the Facebook posts, and then again this morning. And one really caught my eye, and I'm going to actually start out by reading that. So the man posted, I worked with homeless people. Let me start again. I worked with these homeless by choice people from 1982 to 2004. They chose this lifestyle. Nothing is going to solve the problem until the city reinstates the vagrancy law again. As long as you allow this type of behavior to continue, it will get worse. As long as you pander to these people for not having to take care of themselves to be productive members of society, it will get worse. That is why it has gotten worse over the last 40 plus years. The administrators have condoned this type of behavior, and it has grown into this problem. Here in a few years, Anchorage will have the same issues that Los Angeles has, an infestation of homeless people that know they don't have to do anything. This city will give them free health care, free lodging, free food, free clothing. Everything will be provided to them. Society is enabling this. Back in the early to mid-'80s, there was a city ordinance that made it against the law to be a vagrant. Back then, the city had less than a quarter of these types of problems, and there was a consequence to deal with the problem. That is the problem. There is no consequence for me deciding that I'm not going to take care of myself and that I'm going to beg and mooch off society. The bigger portion of this homeless people are doing it by conscious choice. It's the lifestyle that they prefer. They don't want to live by society's rules and be productive members of society. They would rather beg for money, which they get quite a bit of, and get free stuff that the city throws at them. Personally, so that was him, okay? So personally, I feel that there's a huge difference between homelessness and vagrancy. In the dictionary, the definition of homelessness is the state of having no home, families facing homelessness. The definition of those who are experiencing homelessness includes an individual or family who lacks a fixed, regular, sorry, it just closed on me. Sorry, guys. A fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence, such as those living in emergency shelters, transitional housing, or places not meant for habitation. And then the definition of vagrant, a person without a settled home or regular work who wanders from place to place and lives by begging. So, are you talking about treating homeless people, the ones that are down on their luck, working every day but can't afford a place to live? And trust me, there's going to be a lot more with COVID. Or is your primary goal moving vagrants out of downtown and relocating them into midtown? Do we have vagrant laws in place? And if so, why aren't they being enforced? And I'm not just saying because of COVID, because I talked to a couple of people and they said, well, with COVID, they can't do this, they can't do that, they're short-staffed. This has been a problem that's been for years. I live in Geneva Woods, which is right behind the Golden Lion. I personally had a home invasion last March that I walked in on them downstairs in my home, where they stole over $40,000 worth of my mom's jewelry. She's 87 years old and lives with my husband and I. Every piece of jewelry my dad ever gave my mom during their almost 60 years of marriage was stolen. We shouldn't have to worry about the people walking through our neighborhood and camping out in the sanctuary. I shouldn't have to worry about my mom, my daughters, I have 3 of them, or my grandchildren playing and or waiting at their bus stop. The problem will get worse, and it will with either a treatment center or a homeless center in our backyard. We all agreed something needs to be done, but it's not by using the sneaky backdoor approach. We have laws in place. Why don't you start enforcing them? If we don't have the laws, why don't we? Why do you think moving them from downtown to midtown is a good idea? Will it work? Is it the best option? Is it the only option? You don't know because you haven't taken the time to research it. I implore you to vote no on both of these ordinances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Ms. Allard.
So you said that you had a home invasion in your property.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they homeless individuals, or we don't know?
We don't know. I did walk in on them, and they're definitely drug addicts. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You know, I blocked them in the driveway, and they slammed my car not once but twice to get me out of the way.
Have the
And-
homeless in your area affected you directly, besides the home invasion? I'm not saying the homeless did that. I'm just trying to get clarification.
Right. Go
But
ahead.
have you been impacted in any way with right now with what's happening?
With right now, with them moving into our area more? Yes,
Yes.
I mean, they're everywhere. We can't walk through the neighborhood, and it's only going to get worse. I do know for a fact that if it's a treatment center, which you guys are touting this as, if it's a treatment center, is it going to have drugs to help them? And if so, it's normally methadone. Well, you know what? With methadone, people don't go too far from their everyday fix they need. So it is going to get worse with that. If it's homelessness, then I mean, I don't really know it's just so frustrating. I'm sorry.
What if the community members, what if us as assembly members, and the plan comes out, whatever the plan may be, because I don't really know the whole plan yet either, what if we had participation and they came and gave you the guidelines and they said, okay, well, we have this facility, we're looking at the lions. Would it work if it was more of a situation that was a more controlled environment where they couldn't just leave randomly? Would this be something you would consider in your neighborhood?
Well, that's kind of like putting the cart before the horse, because there's not a plan, so it doesn't matter. I mean, you're going to buy it, and then it's a done deal, and you're going to pretty much do what you want, especially with changing the codes. You know, if it was going to be a treatment facility, you don't need to change the zoning laws to do that. So I'm kind of confused. I don't know. You're asking me, I don't know. I'm not an expert on it.
Thank you.
so
Appreciate
Thank you. I appreciate it, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a 20-minute break, and then we're going to come back to phone testimony. All right. So we are now on the 3 individuals over the phone, and then we'll get back to 3 individuals in person. Before we dial the first individual on our list, just want to let the public be aware of a process discussion that I had with my colleagues. So if we do not finish public testimony tonight, which we will either go to 11 or midnight. Oh, can one of my colleagues text Mr. Weddleton? He might be sitting outside enjoying the sun. But if we do not finish public testimony by either 11 or midnight, that we will have another meeting tomorrow to continue public testimony at the chambers. We will likely start that meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. Rather than 5 p.m. We don't have any other business to do before public testimony. It'll be the only item we do tomorrow. With that, let's go ahead and start ringing folks on the phone, starting with Miss Corrine O'Neill. Next, we have Gabriel McKilly. Hi, Mr. McKilly. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for items AO 2020-58 and 66. Before you begin, do you plan on testifying on one or both of these items?
Kind of both, I guess, but it won't take me very long.
Sure. So I'm going to go ahead and set the timer for 6 minutes. Welcome.
You really broke up, but I just want to oppose both 58 and 66. 58, obviously, for a rezone is just wrong. Anybody who's got a B3 is in now and future should not have to worry about that. And then 66, we operate Lakeshore Inn next to this America's Best. And I just feel it's really bad to be putting that many people with issues in that smaller area. And right now, you can't even guarantee the people that need help can get mental services. So how are you guys going to do this in the future? I mean, and these people are just going to be wandering unless you're going to walk them in these places. And so we're just totally opposed. So that's kind of all I got to say about it.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Tyler Gillespie. Hi, Mr. Gillespie. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony on items 2020-58 and 66. Do you plan on testifying on one or both of the items?
On the second item.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set the timer for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yeah, so my name is Tyler, and I want to voice my support for ordinance 66. I'm sorry, am I live right now?
Yes, we can hear you. If you have a the live stream on, or if you're watching the TV, there's a bit of a lag, so I might turn those off.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
We can hear you, sir, so please continue.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I just want to voice my support on Ordinance 66. I'm a resident of Bernard, where one of the properties in question is located. I believe that having a transitional housing complex in the community would be a positive impact on the neighborhood. People experiencing homelessness are already in our neighborhoods, and if we provided with them a proper shelter and resources, we would see less people camping and littering in our parks and more people getting the care I think they deserve and need. I hope that my neighbors and representatives will not buy into the fear-mongering that criminalizes property and suggests that homeless people are dangerous and undeserving of care. Research shows that folks living on the street are much more likely to be harmed than to cause harm to others. Homelessness is not a failure of individual character, but a systematic issue that stems from lack of availability and fairly distributed resources. The situation will only improve if we create those resources and make them accessible. Anchorage needs a bold and broad-scale action to address these root causes of homelessness and to allow these experienced to get help they need. The ordinance is a necessary step in the right direction. I hope that you will vote in favor and commit to making our city safer and more equitable for everyone. Don't let those who hate the poor bully you into turning your back on the ordinance and depriving the community of this important resource. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. So that is it for the 3 on the phone. We're going to switch back to 3 in person. Before we do, I just want to give a reminder around the rules that we have, the health protocols in place for the chambers. So physical distancing and wearing your mask. So if we can just ensure that we are wearing our masks and doing our best to have some physical distancing, especially for folks in line, that would be great. Welcome.
Hello, I'd like to speak on both, please.
Great.
My name is John Haxby, and I've been a resident of Anchorage for 48 years, and our business involves real estate investment and leasing in the Midtown area, and I live in West Anchorage. Further, I was a member of the Board of Adjustment for Anchorage and hearing appeals to the Planning and Zoning Commission decisions. Normally, proposed modifications to Title 21 are reviewed at the Planning and Zoning Commission and recommended to the Assembly. Sponsors simply want to forego the formality and waive Planning and Commission review. It's inconvenient and it takes time. As stated by Carolyn Cuckert yesterday, the submission of even a simple kitchen upgrade at the Anchorage Rescue Mission took over 300 pages of documentation and $7,000 in city fees, hundreds of reviews in 7 months. Title 21, which is the code of our city, isn't optional. Everybody is required to use this code to get a project through the municipality. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If the citizens of Anchorage need to follow it, then so does the city itself. Before a case goes through a conditional use permit, it gets to the Planning and Zoning Commission, it must go through the Planning Department. The Planning Department has a unique set of guidelines and tools available to review and develop the case, which it then presents to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a staff recommendation. These tools include public notice, community council notices, meetings, traffic studies, community impact statements, parking studies. It takes time, it involves a lot of public notice, public review, public comments, and city department review procedures. This type of review is extremely important and necessary in the case of homeless and transient shelters. The public, which has testified so far, is extremely angry that this process has been a backroom, preordained deal with no public notice and no public process and little notice. Some Assembly members think they can cut out the middleman and handle the important issue their way. With the number of people who showed up for this, I'd totally disagree. It's a bad idea. This ordinance should be voted down. Regarding AO 2020-66, Testimony yesterday indicated one assembly member that stated there's no evidence that has been presented that problems occur, including increased crime, drugs, decreased property values as a result of placing homeless and transient shelters in neighborhoods and business areas. Assemblyman Constant yesterday, during the discussion of funding Brother Francis Shelter, provided the necessary testimony, what everyone else already in Anchorage already knows, stating that conditional use under that land of Brother Francis has provided a massive trauma to this community. It's outrageous to believe that the purchase of these 4 buildings will resolve and relieve the homeless and transient problems in Anchorage. The emergency conversion of Sullivan Arena and Ben Boeke facilities helped at night, but the homeless still continue to wander, panhandle, pass out, and sleep all around Anchorage. What makes you think that pushing the massive trauma to the former Alaska Club, the Golden Lion, and America's Best Value Inn will change this and not create the same problems there? The former Alaska Club and Golden Lion are adjacent to very nice residential neighborhoods, high-speed intersections, and the busiest streets in Anchorage. And it's also a convenient short walk to the largest liquor store in Anchorage. They are close to large tracts of land for the homeless to camp, which they've done for many years. We know because we've cleared some of them off of our land. America's Best Value Inn, located on Spenard next to McDonald's there, I'm sure won't present any problems either, in spite of the fact that it's placed next to a huge residential district, a 2-minute walk to a large church, next to Wisconsin Avenue that school children walk down every day during the school year, and 3,000 unsecured private aircraft on Lake Hood. Construction and conversion costs under Title 21 are immense. Consider that to construct a 2,500 square foot Starbucks restaurant at Benson in Minnesota cost $1.5 million or $600 a square foot on the shell construction alone. The similar costs were incurred for conversion of these proposed properties. The total cost would be about $80 million. There are many potential alternate buildings owned by the municipality with zero acquisition costs, which are vacant and or partially vacant and well located to relieve the problem. My choice would be the APD building, the old APD building on Elmore, and the adjacent animal control building next to it, which are situated on 32 acres of land. The old APD building is currently used to store confiscated property from the homeless camps. Animal control could be moved to partially used Anchorage Transit Vehicle Maintenance Shop across the street. The APD animal control location has 5,000 acres of vacant land next to it for facility expansion and homeless camps. The state troopers are located just down the street, and these properties are located directly across the street from the Alaska Native Medical Center and other native medical and mental health providers, all accessible by a pedestrian bridge over Tudor Road. Further, non-native homeless could get services at Providence, located a short 5-minute walk over the same pedestrian bridge directly to Providence. I'm recommending this ordinance be voted down.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Can I get a copy of that?
Pardon me?
Can I get a copy of that?
Absolutely.
All right, my email is listed. I'll give you a card after we're done.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I will be speaking on both ordinances tonight.
All right.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Rice, last name R-I-C-E, just like the food. I would like to start by thanking the Assembly members for their service. I recognize that you all have an incredibly difficult job to make difficult decisions where there's no right answer and someone will always be disappointed no matter what you decide. It's a full-time job with part-time pay, and I would like to thank you for your service to our community. I fully support the municipality's purchase of these buildings for shelters and supportive housing and the change in the code that would make it possible. I think it's important to make our decisions based on the facts and not on fears. The two issues that I hear most commonly associated with opposition to these ordinances are that there would be an increase in crime and a decrease in property value as a result of locating shelters near these neighborhoods. I am not an expert in this field, but a cursory review of the literature indicates that this is not true. A 2008 study by the NYU Furman Center found no negative impact on property value from supportive housing, which is different than shelters, in New York City. A 1999 study done by the Urban Institute also found no increase in crime except for disorderly conduct within 500 feet of the unit in Denver, and also no decrease in property value. Again, this was for supportive housing and not for shelters. This may or may not hold true in Anchorage. The body of literature associated with this problem is not comprehensive. However, I do think it is reasonable to assume that these units will not result in an increase in property or violent crime or a decrease in property value. Although there is uncertainty about the impacts of these supportive housing units and shelters, there is one thing that we are 100% certain of. People will die if we do nothing. We know this because they die every year. They freeze to death on the streets because they have nowhere to go. There are no perfect options for addressing homelessness. I recognize that there is never going to be a point where we come up with a solution that everyone is happy with, and putting off addressing this problem until we achieve an unattainable goal is not realistic and not practical and will do nothing to solve this problem. This decision, like all political decisions, is to choose the lesser evil and to pick the option that is better than the alternative. And as you make this decision, I would like you to consider one question. What is the value of a human life? Do we truly think that the life of a homeless person is worth less than the unlikely possibility of a decline in property value? I recognize that no one wants supportive housing or shelters in their neighborhood, but people have to live somewhere, and this plan does a better job than most of sharing the load amongst Anchorage's many neighborhoods. No one neighborhood should bear the burden of housing all of these people by itself. I urge you in the strongest possible language to approve these two ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Heidi Zimmer, and I'm here to testify on both ordinances, 58 and 66. And I'd like to say, first of all, I am fully supportive of both ordinances. And I'd like to start by addressing one argument that I commonly hear against this, and that is that as taxpayers, we shouldn't have to pay to support other people's bad choices. And guess what, guys? We already are paying. There's a subset of the homeless that are chronic inebriates. These are the folks we see passed out all the time on the streets, in the parks, all of that. And they cost about $50,000 a year in publicly funded emergency services. So this includes police response, medical services, sleep-off shelters, and all of this does absolutely nothing long-term to help anybody. So it's just a recurring annual cost until these folks die. Numerous studies on Housing First programs across the country show that the annual cost of housing, feeding, and offering treatment to a single person is often no more than, and usually much less, than that $50,000 that we're already spending. And that, in addition, programs like this also free up the police and emergency services and emergency rooms, all of that, to go ahead and deal with the problems that the rest of us have, like responding to break-ins, et cetera, our own car accidents. It also reduces crime, because when you have people who are desperate, whose needs are not being met, if you take those people off the street and you give them a place to live and you give them food to eat and you take care of their many medical and emotional and mental health needs, then those people are not out stealing cars and breaking into my house and et cetera. So it's a pretty good deal all around for all of us. And that's even from just a purely selfish point of view, but that's not even the most important part. These homeless are not just a problem to be cleaned up. They're people, and they're my neighbors. And I saw the signs out front saying Save Midtown, and I've heard some other people talking. We're talking about your neighbors, too. They live all over town. They're on every street corner across Midtown, across Spenard, in downtown, in East Anchorage, where I live. I live up in Nunaca Valley. I spend some time almost every day out on the trails in Russian Jack Park and Nunaca Valley Park and Cheney Lake. And I can tell you right now where most of those camps are, at least for that area. I see people every day who are out there living in the woods, and I see their trash, and I see the human waste, and I have to stop my dogs from, doing what dogs do with gross things. And this is not a safe or healthy way for anyone to live, for any human being to live. So my point here is that the homeless are already living in our neighborhoods. So it's a matter of how we want them to live in those neighborhoods, where they already are. So I ask my fellow taxpayers, what kind of community do we build if we turn our back on our neighbors? That's not the community I want to build. And just to close, this is an especially relevant question right now in the middle of a pandemic and recession, where we're realizing how many people really are just one paycheck away from losing everything. And as the current ban on evictions and foreclosures ends, there are very likely to be a whole bunch more of our neighbors who are out on the street very shortly. So more than ever, this is a good time to be taking a proactive approach to dealing with homelessness and addiction and crime, because yes, these are not completely separate issues. They are all very much linked. They're symptoms of one another, and they're problems caused by one another. So I thank you for your time, and I urge the Assembly to vote yes on both 58 and 66. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch to 3 individuals on the phone. First, we're going to start with Cody Carver. Hi, Mr. Carver. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We are currently on public testimony for items AO 2020-58 and 66. Do you plan to testify on one or both items?
I'm testifying on 2020-66.
Okay, I'll go ahead and set the timer for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Cody Carver. I'm a resident of Spenard, where one of the properties is located, and I'm a member of the Alaska Poor People's Campaign, which is a group dedicated to advocating for Alaskans impacted by systemic poverty. I support this ordinance for a few reasons. First, it comes at the right time. Before COVID-19, more than 17,000 families in Anchorage struggled each month to pay rent, utilities, and cover basic needs. As businesses continue to struggle and eviction freezes, more Anchorage residents are vulnerable to losing their home now than any time in recent memory. Additionally, it's the only economically responsible proposal that's been made. My fiscally conservative neighbors will be excited to learn that an analysis by United Way shows that the cost of supportive housing in Anchorage are totally offset by eliminating the financial burden we take on when we allow cycles of hospitalization, incarceration, and emergency sheltering to continue. Other cities even save money. And while each person remains unsupported costs us $47,000 a year, streamlining services gives us a vastly better outcome for an equal or smaller investment. It's a deal that any qualified accountant would tell you to take. Finally, and most importantly, I support the plan because it recognizes what we often forget, which is that behind each statistic or figure mentioned tonight is a human being. A human being that wakes up every morning like I do and has thoughts and feelings and dreams and pain like you and me. I understand the anxiety of my neighbors that feel threatened by this proposal, but while there may be some perfect individuals among us tonight who have never misstepped and never benefited from the generosity of another person, I think most of my neighbors recognize, like I do, that life at its core is not fair. And while a lot of us here, myself included, have gotten more lucky breaks than slaps in the face, the inverse is also true. Being dealt a bad hand, whether it's in childhood trauma or having been touched by physical or mental illness, or just a bad couple of weeks in a bounce check, does not make a human being anything less than that. And it's not something to be punished for. For most of us with roofs over our heads, we're a lot closer to the people we fear than we're comfortable admitting. In 2019, 59% of Americans were one paycheck away from missing rent or a mortgage payment and ending up on the street. In Anchorage, nearly 2,500 school-age children, the very same that play with our kids, don't have a home. That's why it's smart to invest in our community. That's why it's not only okay but important to build housing near schools. And it's why when our neighbors fall down, we don't sweep them off the streets or put them in a jail. We help them up. Because we're luckier than we know, and even if we weren't, we'd still be human beings. I support this ordinance because it treats my houseless neighbors with the respect and dignity that I'd expect to be treated with as a person. Because they're human beings. They're us. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Dr. Sheila Selcraig.
Reached that has been
Okay. Next, I have Dick Monsager.
Dick Monsager.
Hi, Mr. Monsager. This is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for items AO 2020-58 and 66. Would you like to testify on one or both items?
I'll testify briefly on both items.
Okay, I'll go ahead and set the timer. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you so much for a chance to talk for a few minutes. I submitted written testimony yesterday, so I'll be brief. I want to voice my support for both ordinances. I spent a lot of time in the last couple of years working in the area of how do we treat and prevent homelessness and make homelessness rare, brief, and one time. This is an opportunity to better treat people. As was said by the last speaker, we have the opportunity to create engagement centers to engage people, pull them off the streets during the daytime, reduce the pressures on businesses, libraries, and so on during the daytime, and form relationships and meet people where they're at. I also believe strongly that we never should go back to concentrating people in one neighborhood like we have in Fairview for years. Shelters should be smaller, there should be more space, and shelters should be a way station, should not be the permanent end. Housing is what is needed. Finally, I'll say that the Golden Lion is intended purposes as a treatment center, not a shelter. I think the issues keep getting confused. Treatment centers, I do not believe, have the street impact that people, the neighbors, are fearful of. I urge you to support this. Finally, I'll say that Rasmussen Foundation, for whom I work, is committed to providing up to $3.5 million of operations funding for the first few years for engagement centers as we launch this enterprise in the city, and I urge you to vote yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Dick, we heard a number of people testify that there's no plan. Can you help just to briefly describe the nature of the plan and the planning that's been ongoing?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, sure, Dick. That we've heard from a number of people that there is no plan, and I'm hopeful that you can describe the nature of the planning and the plan as it stands.
Yes, I think that there has been a lot of planning over the last 2 years. Anchored Home is a good strategic plan. The coalition this week published an analysis of the gaps in adult shelter, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing. We need to build all of those. That we have been on a path for at least a year to create shelters in more distributed locations, not in one concentrated place. We've had the opportunity to test drive, so to speak, some of the principles with the resource hub at the Sullivan due to COVID. We have seen the increased effectiveness of meeting people where they're at, and for people to not to have to be on the streets during the daytime, to have service people available and a place to be day and night. The shelter is an important and critically important component, but also mental health treatment. The treatment center replacement of the old facility at Clitheroe that's worn out is really important. The data I have seen says that substance abuse treatment without housing has a higher chance of recidivism, and housing without substance abuse treatment, the same thing happens. We need to build both. This plan fills in a critical gap in the city's planning, and I think it's an opportunity that we should take advantage of. It's not the end of the road, because we still have to create more housing to help people move out of shelters. Shelters are a way station, not the permanent end.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton?
Oh, thanks. So, Dr. Banziger, just following up a little bit on that. So, I think for a lot of people, this seems like just something absolutely sudden and out of the blue. Just because we have COVID money, let's spend it. And it's and it can seem like that, but you've been involved for a number of years. I mean, is this just very abrupt, or is this, I mean, are these purchases and the intended uses for these buildings, are they part of the plan?
So I would respond to that, Mr. Whittleton, by saying that a critical gap that we had not figured out an ability to solve was how would we find the money to buy the capital, the building infrastructure. COVID money unexpectedly provided an opportunity, so it's fortuitous. But it is not, and I would strongly disagree with the folks who say that this is just an attempt to spend money fast. This is a wise investment, in my view, into using an opportunity to fill a gap that we did not know how we would be able to finance. I work on the philanthropy side more, and there continues to be work with organizations for how can we partner with the municipality. One of the things that, as you know, I've advocated for several years is the municipality needed to become a more active partner. The tradition in the past has been most of our shelter services have been philanthropy funded, and that the scale of the need requires governmental assistance and participation. To me, this plan is the municipality partnership that has really been lacking, and I think it's an opportunity that will be sad if we don't take advantage of.
Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Whittleton? No? Okay. Ms. Allard?
Hi, sir. Thank you so much for participating. This is Jamie Allard, and my question would be, were you guys already starting to enact this plan before the crisis began? And if it did, could you tell me why, if you did, why is it now? Listen here, I'll just be honest with you. I was told today that the Rasmussen Foundation is happy about the funds that they're going to have available to them to use the CARES Act funds. And my question was, do you feel that that's the correct use of funds, since we don't actually have homeless that have any type of sickness at this point?
My response, Assemblyperson Allard, is that, as I told Mr. Whittleton, this is an opportunity to fund a part of the infrastructure that none of us knew how to finance. Maybe philanthropy could have funded one facility, possibly, but the ongoing operations and the development of distributed shelters requires significant governmental intervention and participation. I guess I would say that the planning through Anchored Home has been leading us toward the conclusion for at least a year that distributed shelters had to be part of the solution for the problems in Fairview. That we could not continue with only one adult shelter in Anchorage. So I disagree that it just dropped out of the blue. It has been a part of planning. If people have been participating in the Committee on Homelessness. They know this has been talked about off and on, and has been a part of the consistent and a part of anchored home planning for some time.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Monsager, for joining us. Is it fair to say that the COVID-19 emergency and pandemic simply accelerated or brought into sharper focus some of the needs that you've talked about?
Ms. Zolotel, I would completely agree. I think that COVID has had a very surprising small positive, and that is it forced us to leave the status quo of overcrowded shelters and forced us to face up to the fact that human beings should not be that close together and that we needed day and night shelter. I'm thankful to the city that the temporary solution was the use of ice hockey arenas. It was a good solution for a while. It's not a permanent solution, in my view. But it has enabled us to both to test smaller shelters, to test resource hub and engagement center principles, and to think about what we want the long-term system to look like. And I would argue we have learned that not crowding people together is a really important component to decrease stress and increase the likelihood that people can participate in treatment services and other services they need.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to switch back to in-person testimony. Welcome. Oh, your microphone isn't on, although you're speaking pretty loudly. Projecting well.
Is that better?
Yes, that is.
Okay, thank you. Well, you cut it very thin on the discount I was offering. I will speak for only 5 minutes because you got me on before 8 o'clock. My name is Harold Hines. I came to Alaska and bought my first house in February of 1969. I bought my house that I live in right now in Geneva Woods on Staubach Circle 30 plus years ago. During those periods of time, I've had lots of different opportunities, and at my tender age, I wanted to take this opportunity to share with you just 2 other perspectives than what you've heard. You've heard a lot of concerns, and they're very real, and you're going to have to deal with those. There's no way to make that easy for you. On the other side of it, there are 2 things that you can do as an assembly that I think you're in a unique position, a unique opportunity, and frankly, a unique position if you don't take those opportunities. And that's what you need to balance as far as how you vote tonight. The first of those has to do with a very simple concept called leadership. And again, who am I to talk to you about it? Well, I'm sorry, I spent 20 years working my way up ARCO, and I got to a pretty good top spot, especially here in Alaska. In my day, I was considered socially progressive up here, and I'm sorry, in the 1980s, that was a big deal. It's worth nothing now, but in the 80s, government wasn't responsible for taking care of people. People were responsible for taking care of other people. And there's been a shift, okay? But that's a reality of it. I'm not complaining or anything else. Those 20 years were also spent generating the bulk of what is called the public wealth right now. You all think of the permanent fund as something that we just get every year. I'm sorry, that was a nest egg I saw built. You know, I put my hand on it and everything else. I don't see that being used to address any of the people issues, and that bothers me terribly. We didn't generate that wealth to be just sat there and looked at as an investment fund. We built it to make Alaska better at every level for the people. In the 30 years of living in Geneva Woods, the reason, frankly, I bought that house was it was a good neighborhood, it was a good property, and frankly, it was zoned right. It was in an area of some very fine developments and everything else. It has very strong homeowners association and membership limits and other things. That has become important for other reasons. But let me go back to leadership just real quick so you understand what's going on there. I think there is a bigger stir out there than you have maybe realized or acknowledged. Somebody took the big sharp stick and poked the bear and got a gash wound, and the bear is in a wooden cage in your garage. It's big time trouble. You have lit the firecrackers. It's going to go off. As an assembly, you didn't do all that. But you as assembly are one of the few places where actually some of this can be brought back to sanity. You've heard the objection as one of process. It's more than that. It's the fact that the leadership took off in a direction, and again, you can blame whoever you want as leaders, took off in one direction and did the one thing good leaders never do, which is they didn't look around to see who was behind them and whether they were coming along or not. Okay? And that's a basic thing. And it didn't happen, and that's why you're in trouble right now. So if the assembly doesn't exert the leadership you can by demanding more information before you move forward on this, you've missed your chance, because you've got to give the people some chance to catch up. It's not just patting us on the head and telling us it will be all right. You've got to do some things that demonstrate, for instance, you've heard wonderful suggestions tonight of alternative facilities. Where's the study that says those are dumb ideas? Why not take a look? What's it going to cost you, a week? You know, why not bring people along through forums and other things like that? Second problem you've got, and this is much more direct to the issues in front of you on your vote. It seems to me that based on the last couple weeks and the briefings I've been able to obtain and everything else, there's been a very bad recommendation made on the purchase of the Golden Lion. And the reason is you've slated it to be the type of a facility that will require professional, high-caliber people to be there. And the staffing will probably be about 1-to-1 against clients that are serviced there. Now, I don't know if you've taken a look around the Golden Lion lately, but I'll describe it to you briefly based on sort of my experience I would have had with if a realtor had been showing me that as a house. I would have felt I was told there's this really great house because it's at a good price, it's a good bargain. And when we went out to look at it, I saw that it was in the middle of a big gravel pit. Well, not that big, unfortunately. If it had really been a big gravel pit, it would have been okay. But it was a small gravel pit, taller than the house, and the way in was through a narrow, windy gully. And that's what you're looking at there. If you look to the south and the east, there's a 20-foot wall, narrow passageway around that building.
Sir,
yeah.
Your time, unfortunately, is up. And I did give you all 6 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Michael Savitt, and I rise to oppose both of these ordinances. And I'd like to start out by saying they are inexorably linked. You can't have one without the other. So if you are, in fact, tabling or killing, as they said last night, 2020-58, logic dictates you must do the same for 2020-66. Now I'm going to go over some things, and I'd like to address 58 to begin with. Zoning and planning rules exist to protect every part of the Anchorage community. All projects that do not meet the zoning requirements must go through very specific processes to ensure rules are maintained so as not to damage existing zones. Bypassing zoning and planning committees creates an opportunity for mistakes that can result in damage, and the opportunity for dishonesty as there is no accountability. Changing or ignoring the B3 zoning will result in damage to Anchorage, as there has been no impact study or feasibility study done. I'd also like to point out that the last individual on the phone gave us ideas, not plans. I'd love to see a written plan that explains everything you're trying to accomplish, but I don't think that exists. There is a lack of expertise in the current 2020-58 ordinance, and that's probably why you're going to change that. This does not fall under emergency powers, as there is no emergent situation. At issue is lack of appropriate planning for the homeless population, for sheltering and existing comorbidities such as mental illness, alcohol and drug dependence, and sexual offenders. Sullivan and Ben Boeke are already utilized or were utilized as shelters, and rather than a central location, you folks plan to obtain properties to spread the homeless population out over the entire B3 zoning. That's a very large area. It's not just Midtown. It will affect all of Anchorage. The approach is doomed to fail as it has for decades. This is not a new concept. It's not a new idea. We've been struggling with this at least since the 70s that I remember participating in, and I can tell you it has never worked anywhere. You measure success factitiously with this. There is no track record of success that goes above 30%. Success can be measured in terms of people that sign up, people that complete the 3 to 6 month program. It does not tell you up front that there is no such thing as a cure for this. So treatment is ongoing, it's lifelong. So you can quote all the numbers of the costs that you want. This is a forever proposition if these individuals choose to take advantage of it. There are other models out there. One of the assembly members pointed out Salt Lake City having gone back to the type of shelters you're thinking of. The 2019 study that I Googled said just the opposite, so I'm not sure where that information's coming from. Multiple sites means duplication of expenses. And you have to understand that without expert real estate help, you don't know what you're buying. You don't know what it's going to cost to refurbish it. As someone said last week in a meeting we had, you don't know what you don't know. It is a huge money pit. You will never, you'll never succeed in this. There's been no real planning for this project. That has involved stakeholders. We don't know what the physical plant development costs will be, the construction costs. You don't have anybody on board for medical specialties, and there are multiple medical specialties that are needed to treat these individuals. You don't have the right financial planning for maintenance and capital improvements. None of this is being addressed. There are approximately 2,500 plus homeless individuals currently in Anchorage, as opposed to approximately 300,000 non-homeless individuals. Yes, they are our neighbors. Yes, we are concerned for their well-being. But that doesn't mean we should jump on the wrong plan, because when it fails, it will make it that much more difficult for them the next time around, and this will fail. The homeless issue appears on your list of priorities as number 6. Seems like it's been bounced down to number 1. Why is every other property or group serving the homeless population had to go through lengthy, rigorous processes, but this current initiative does not? Behavioral counseling, a necessary and integral part of the progress, is not currently allowed for in B3 planning. I'm going to move on to 66. There's just way too many things, and you're going to kill it anyway. I would like to mention, though, that killing it is probably a euphemism. I think it's going to be reworked, reworded. It will probably be just as bad. It'll be a different shade of lipstick on the same pig. So I'm going to move on to 2066. I don't know how much time I have left. I'll try to get through it quickly. We know that the acquisition of these properties, as mentioned earlier, has not been properly planned. They have not been vetted through planning and zoning, which is a recipe for disaster. Monies to be spent are not readily available and may, in fact,
Sir,
not be from legal sourcing.
Your time is up, but I have a question for you.
Sure.
Ms. Allard?
Can you tell me a little bit about your background? Because it sounds like you know.
I've been a board-certified pediatrician since 1986. Up until last year, I was in continual practice, recently retired. During my practice life, I served on every type of hospital committee that exists. I was a department chair for collectively about 25 years, both in New Jersey and in New Mexico. I served as a hospital medical staff president. It was a 3-year position. And I've had to deal with issues that come before boards, including strategic planning in all of the hospitals I've ever served in, which do address the homeless, which do address the alcohol and drug abuse issues. And I'm using the word abuse, not misuse, because changing the language doesn't change the problem.
Can I go ahead and follow up?
Sure.
So, the municipality is looking at opening a rehabilitation center. I was told that they have rehabilitation centers currently in Midtown, all within your neighborhood. My question is, when you, and this rehab would be directed solely for alcohol only? Alcohol, drug abuse. So, well, I was told different by the persons trying to fund it, the Rasmussen Foundation. But do you believe in your medical opinion that housing all the homeless, let's rephrase that, individuals that were homeless that are seeking help through rehabilitation in one location, is that a good idea?
What I can tell you is having multiple shelters and multiple treatment facilities becomes a very expensive proposition. I will tell you that it costs a lot of money just from the medical side, which may be one of the reasons it's being done piecemeal by the hospitals here rather than anyone taking on the entire burden alone. I can tell you that the success rate, anywhere you look since the inception of this, has been optimistically no more than 30%. And again, it depends on how you measure success. Nobody measures it the same way. More importantly, there are no studies that say after 2 years these individuals are cured, because there's no such thing as cure, but there's no statistics out there to say that any of this works. We do have to do something, but what we're seeing here...
But listen to I want to say my question to you
Sure,
again.
I'm sorry.
When you have a certain group of individuals that have experienced the same issues and bringing them together in a rehabilitation center, is that good or is that bad, on your professional opinion?
I'll tell you there's mixed reviews on that. I can tell you that there was a project called DARE, and it's not what you guys are all familiar with. This was back in around 1970, 71. It was in Newark, New Jersey, and I was involved with that. I was a whole lot younger back then, but I will tell you that it sounded great. These were all drug addicts who had, with help, purchased a home in a neighborhood in Newark, which was already a war zone. And as you can imagine, the neighbors there all complained bitterly, but they were told, sorry, deal with it. So what happened was these people rebuilt that house on their own. They had people in and out. They would drop out because they could not resist the temptation. The neighborhood they were living in had too much easy access to drugs, and these were street drugs. They were hard drugs. The one thing I did notice was that the more successful ones gave up one addiction for another, but nobody walked away cured, and after a few years, the project failed completely.
Thank you.
And we gave this our best shot. These people were actually allowed to go into the school systems to talk to kids and say, it's not cool to take drugs. That's what I did. Here's what my life turned into. Nobody was listening. So we need a better approach.
I have another question for you, Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. You've spoken a number of times that you think having 2 shelters is a bad thing. I mean, I think you're spot on that it's crazy expensive and the challenge is very real. And recidivism is super high, But, a thing with 2 separate shelters, they could be different. One could be low barrier, like we have at Brother Francis, and the other one could be high barrier, where if you're on drugs or alcohol, you don't go there. Because we have people won't go into a shelter now because they don't want to be next to the drug addicts and alcoholics, but they need shelter. So, I mean, there is, and I've seen this in Omaha where they have separate ones. And then some people in the low barrier one, they strive to be in that high barrier one because it's nicer and they have a goal to meet. I mean, have you contemplated that kind of dynamic with more than one shelter?
There have been, these ideas have been kicked around and put into action probably 30 plus years that I'm aware of, and not one of them can point to any real success rate. The problems are all unique to their own communities. But one thing I will tell you is that if you reinvent the wheel here, you're not going to have any more success than anyone else did. You do have a tremendous opportunity, wherever you get the funding from, to do the right thing. But the right thing requires a detailed plan of action by all stakeholders, not let's buy 4 properties, shove them into there after we spend God knows how much money refurbishing it. Those people aren't going to get any treatment. And there are 2 types of shelters, by the way. The kind that allow people in need who must be abstinent first, and the more popular one is the one that says, come on in, you can still be using, we'll take care of your sheltering needs first, and we'll get around to that at some time. None of this works. Back in Joseph Califano, the HHS secretary, has been quoted in saying the best measurable, and we don't know really how to measure it, result we can hit is about 30%. What they can say is there's a 70 to 80% failure rate across the board. I would love to see something done. That, to me, would be the best thing that's happened in my close to 40 years as a physician. But I am asking you, don't rush this through just because you can. Take a step back. The problem will still be there tomorrow, next week, 6 months from now. If you really want to solve it, take the time to bring together all the stakeholders, do some real strategic planning, and put something in writing for public discourse, and then make a decision. You've got to have buy-in from all stakeholders. And part of those stakeholders are all of these homeowners, all of these people who know what happens to property values. Okay?
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Sorry. Thank you. Is this working?
If you could step a little closer, please.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Laurie Savitt, S-A-V-I-T-T. I live on Annapolis Drive. I would like to discuss both ordinances. My husband and I moved to Anchorage in September of 2019 from New Mexico, where we lived for 12 years, and prior to that, we lived in New Jersey. Without going into details about the governmental problems of my prior locations, I will say that when we came to Anchorage, I hoped naively that the character of public officials here would be improved. But sadly, in some ways, I was mistaken. With regard to both ordinances, 58 and 66, What I see here on a local level by some of the Assembly members is a flagrant lack of regard for the public and lack of representation of your people. First, I'd like to address 58. So to those of you who plan to vote yes on 58, I say the following. I see this as nothing but a power grab. Passing an ordinance to skirt zoning regulations is inexcusable. Apparently, the best I can figure out is your idea is if you don't like a law or regulation, just change it, not because it's a bad regulation, but because it gets in the way of your agenda. I guess if this were a pure monarchy or a totalitarian dictatorship, this line of reasoning might work. But as I recall, at the start of this meeting, we pledged allegiance to that flag of the United States of America. In the United States of America, representatives have a duty to uphold the law. To those of you who plan to vote yes on 66, I say the following, sir. This appears to be a gross violation of your fiduciary responsibility to the people of Anchorage. You seem to have a sudden windfall of funds, and by God, you're going to spend it. Many people here yesterday very eloquently testified to you about the flaws in your plan, how the buildings are overpriced, how the refits will surely be more expensive than planned due for the unforeseen circumstances that happen in every renovation, including possible codes upgrades, which can be very timely and expensive. But I guess perhaps you can pass an ordinance to skirt around codes enforcement as well. I don't know. That's what it seems like now. You just don't seem to care because you have money burning a hole in your pocket. And as Dr. Munsacker, is that the person who was on the phone? As he said in his call, I guess it is very fortuitous to you that a viral pandemic attacked the people of our country, and all of a sudden you have additional federal funds available. Well, those funds are meant for COVID relief. Small businesses in this city are suffering. I work for a small business here, a business of 2 well-known souvenir shops downtown. Revenue there is down 86% so far for this summer. And I assume that most tourism-related businesses count on the summer tourism to carry them through the entire year. So it's a real problem. The COVID funds, the CARES funds, could be used to help small businesses keep from going under. It could be used to help our faltering economy. But again, it doesn't seem like you care about that. You just have money and you have a plan and you want to spend it on buildings. Well, both of these ordinances, in my opinion, indicates a gross lack of representation to your constituencies. Now, you may respond to me that the homeless and the addicted are also contingencies who deserve your attention, and I could not agree more with that. But the very first gentleman who spoke so eloquently and from the heart said we have to do something. Well, do something is a flawed rationale. The something has to be reasonable and have a chance of success. You keep marching forward with a plan that will fail on a fiduciary level as well as failing on its main mission to solve the problems of people in need. Yesterday, you had several testimonies of experts who told you why this plan will fail the problems of these populations. So, in my opinion, this plan illustrates a gross failure on your part. to represent the homeless and the addicted populations as well as the population at large. This is just a shame that this is going on. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to switch to phone testimony. 3 individuals on the phone. We're going to go ahead and start with Miss Carol Libby.
Chair, we have a new number for Sheila Selcraig, Dr. Sheila Selcraig. Would you like to try that?
Sure, we'll go ahead and try Dr. Sheila Selcraig. Hi, Dr. Selcraig, this is Felix Rivera. You are with the Anchorage Assembly. We are currently on public testimony on items AO 2020-58 and 66. Would you like to testify on one or both of those items?
I would like to testify on both of those items, but I have some general background I'd like to provide to the conversation that I think is relevant. And I've been involved in homeless issues for a long time.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and set the timer for 6 minutes, Dr. Selcraig. And then also, if we could please, if we have conversations, if we can take them outside. We're having a little difficulty hearing here. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Selcraig.
What? I'm in my car. I was just going to drive over there.
That wasn't a comment towards you, Dr. Selcraig. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to provide just a little historical context here. Earlier on, I heard a gentleman suggest that people weren't concerned with this in the 70s and the 80s. And the truth is that we as a community have had this issue before us for a very, very long time. And basically people were dying, freezing in dumpsters and dying, and that led to Brother Francis Shelter being created. And at that time, my mother was on the assembly. Homelessness at that time was not nearly as bad as it is today, and that was directly related to the reality of our economy. Right now, 5%, we have 95% of the people are sharing 20% of the wealth, or less than 20% of the nation. I mean, less than 20% of the wealth, which means, and most of the money in the middle class is in the upper middle class, so people who used to be middle class or lower middle class are finding themselves not able to really function or find a home. And this is such a complicated and thick and difficult and challenging problem that there are no easy solutions. But what I will say about the 3 sites, I believe that you actually have to have different sites addressing different issues, because the problems are so complex and the levels of people's functionality and dysfunctionality are really different, and they're really based on emotional realities and experiences in their lives. And so I guess what I will say, I've also been on the assembly when we've reviewed these issues. I have watched the impact and the challenging impacts around facilities, and it is true that some neighborhoods pay higher than others. So in this conversation, there has to be a strategy that, one, allows us to build the facilities and to fund the facilities in an effective way to address specific things, but also to have a structure that works with the surrounding neighborhood and also the broader community to make sure that as we do things, we have a structure that doesn't actually negatively impact the region. And it's possible. It's done in other places. So I guess I would urge you to, if you're going to refine this, make sure you refine it and bring it forward and really give a chance to a process that's building a structure for a continuum of care that will meet different people's needs at the time they need them. So really, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Carol Libby. Hi, Ms. Libby, this is Felix Rivera. You are with the Anchorage Assembly. We are doing public testimony on AO number 2020-58 and 66. Will you be testifying on one or both items? Ms. Libby, can you hear me?
It looks like she hung up or got disconnected.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go on to the next individual, and we'll try Ms. Libby again later. Next, we have Sean Sullivan. All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and go back to in-person testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Eric Hughes, Eric with a C, Hughes just like Howard Hughes, only without all the money. I don't have a lot of statistics, but I've been in Anchorage in construction and facility maintenance.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you testifying on one or both items? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'll make it pretty brief, though. I've been in construction and facility maintenance my entire life. I'm now retired, but I've been in Anchorage since, Alaska since 71, Anchorage since 78, and I've watched a lot of this stuff progress. And a couple of things that I've seen and heard talking to some homeless folks that I've run into over the years, most of it's choices that they have made, whether it's conscious or subconscious choices. They're there by choice. So the reality is you can't really fix a problem that they're not willing to even admit exists. So the other thing is that we watched all this through the Red Nose Inn, the former Red Roof Inn. It didn't work. And if you look at history, it doesn't work. It's the whole deal is that buying these properties is going to be expensive to start with. And like I said, I'm in building maintenance, or was. The maintenance costs are crazy. It's going to go on and on and on and on. So just to a couple of quotes from history is, those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. We're repeating the Red Nose Inn right here if we buy these properties. It's not going to fix the problem. And the most important one is the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. This does not work. We don't need to waste the money on this. We do need to help them. We do need to address the problem, but this is not the way to do it. It does not work.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Weddleton? Sir, I think you might have I think we have a question for you, Mr. Weddleton.
So what does work?
Excuse me?
What does work?
That's what I'm saying. We do need to do something. I understand that. I get it. Like I said, I'm a mechanic. I don't know, what do you call it? Psychology and how to deal with this. We need to help those folks. But here's the thing. Like I said, they're out there by choice. That's what a way that they've chosen to live. There's no responsibility. Who doesn't want that? I mean, it's an easy life. Go find a tree to hang out under, and who doesn't like camping? They're camping full time, and they have no responsibility. They have no bills to pay. Go get some help from whatever agency is offering it, food. I do not know the answer, but what I do know is like several people ahead of me have said, it doesn't work. And anybody who's of middle age, you can look at it through history. It doesn't work. The gentleman here that suggested the APD facility, that's a great idea. It's right there near A&MC, right around the corner from Providence. It's existing. It's virtually empty, but it's a great location. But anytime you enable a problem to persist, it doesn't fix it. Everybody who's had an out-of-control kid knows that. Enabling a problem does not solve it.
I have another question for you. Ms. Allard?
You mentioned the cost of maintenance. Do you have any idea, are you concerned about the sustainability to these particular buildings?
Absolutely. It's millions. We're talking millions of dollars.
7?
I can't give you a number. I'm not a numbers guy.
I would venture, we're predicting 7 million. So maybe it can stretch up to 10, government.
Believe me, I've worked for part of my career was with the government. But you've got, look at the homeless camps. Look at the garbage, the truckloads of garbage that's pulled out of those camps. Do you think they're going to pull it out of the room and the common areas at these places? No, they'll destroy the buildings. Maintenance at a government building, I don't know if Davis-Bacon type wages would apply, but I know that unions, the government employees are union level, because I was one, and the cost is crazy expensive. Holes in doors and broken locks and broken windows and destroyed flooring, and the list goes on and on. You've got commercial air handler units and heating units, boilers. It's millions and millions of dollars to maintain these properties. Yeah, we've got an influx of money to pay for them, but how are we going to pay for it in the long term? And again, is it going to work? History suggests absolutely not.
And that's your money that's going to be paying for it.
Hell yeah, I've been paying taxes here for my entire life. This is Alaska's home since I was 11 years old.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
I'm going to be testifying on both ordinances.
All right.
I'm good? Okay. Good evening. My name is Jack Green. I'm not a scientist, not a lawyer, nor a politician. But you know what I am? A 19-year-old college student. Being a college student, I've absorbed a plethora of information over the years, but now it's time to speak out. I oppose both of these ordinances. My family has been in Alaska since 1922, and College Village specifically for over 48 years. Everyone who I am related to in Alaska lives in College Village. Between my grandparents, great-aunt and uncle, aunt and uncles, cousins, parents, and siblings, wow, that's a lot of people. Our families own 6 homes, all in College Village. My father, my siblings, and myself all attended Rogers Park Elementary. We even had the same gym teacher, 25 years apart. When people are talking about their homes potentially decreasing in value and the potential of crime rising in our midtown neighborhoods, it not only affects the people who are there now, but also the future. Who do you think the future is? I'm going to give you a hint. It's me. I plan on returning to Anchorage and College Village, but might have to reconsider given this proposal. Walking to synagogue every Saturday, the only thing I should be worrying about is the ice in the winter. Now it's about my safety and the safety of my fellow neighbors. Also, my parents and I work downtown, and I've grown up walking those streets. I used to cross the street in a zigzag as I walked down 4th Avenue as a petrified 10-year-old. My path was determined by the endless amount of people who loitered outside of the bars and parks asking me for money and or cigarettes. Whenever my mom, cousin, or other female coworkers would leave work, I would escort them to their cars for their own safety, because they themselves as adults are nervous for their well-being, let alone I'm a kid. I shouldn't have to be scared, and nor should they, and I know the homeless and substance abusers have the capability to be good people with the right help. But why bring that to a densely residential area? I go to school and play soccer from a university in Washington, D.C. Since coming home as a result of COVID, I had been training rigorously until suffering my second concussion. While training, one of my runs each week included a distance run where I ran from my house in College Village to West Anchorage High School. I ran down 36 and crossed the Seward Highway. I can tell you that as a collegiate athlete, that street is very dangerous to cross. Even though, 2 reasons. 1, I was moving quickly, and 2, I was completely sober. I also would run by Midtown Walmart, where there are contingents of homeless hanging out. Some were downing bottles of liquor, while others kindly greeted me on my run, asking how fast I was running or how many miles I was going to run. During these runs, I realized that homelessness is a serious issue that needs time and thought to come up with a proper solution. Also, having a shelter or treatment center in the middle of the city provides easy outlets and access to alcohol and illegal substances. Being one of the only Division I athletes from Alaska currently enrolled in college, I not only represent myself and my team, but Alaska and the city of Anchorage. I've always been so extremely proud to be from Anchorage, but how can I when all this is done covertly without public knowledge until a leak? There's a homeless issue, and no one here is denying that. However, a rushed process attempted to be done in secret is not the answer. More thought has to be put into finding the perfect location. I'm not that old, but I do know that anything politically controversial takes a very, very long time to resolve and should not be rushed as this has. Please, from the bottom of my heart, make a thoughtful decision and just know it's not only the people present being affected, but also in the future. And I really thank you guys all for really trying to solve this problem, the Assembly and both the Mayor. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Debbie Ryan, and I will be talking on both of the ordinances. I'm a South Anchorage resident. I'm in Ms. Vance's district, but I'm also co-owner of a multi-tenant commercial building located at 550 East Tudor Road, just west of the old Alaska Club property. We lease to 5 different businesses. Our front door is 110 of my short steps to the front door of the Alaska Club entrance. I have lived in Alaska since 1962. In the late 70s, we bought the property, constructed the building, and started to lease space in 1984. Over the last 30 years, the development and traffic on Tudor Road has grown tremendously, and unfortunately, we have also seen an increase in crime and very unsavory behavior, more so in the past 2 to 3 years. As a property owner and a business owner, I'm here to share how I believe that changing the zoning and adding social services to the properties you intend to purchase will likely add to the negative impacts we have already experienced all over Anchorage. Because of the increase in crime and trespassing, we have had to install 2 camera security systems, pay 24/7 security monitoring and alarm services, and we've had to install fencing at both the east and the west side of the back of the building. We have done all of this to stop trespassers and mitigate criminal and unsavory activity of people we believe are homeless, transient, or just plain criminals. I have had some photo evidence with me, which I'm showing you. Some of it is very graphic. Since June 1st, we have recorded almost 40 videos of people urinating, defecating, masturbating, stealing, sleeping behind the building, rummaging through our trash bins. In addition, I personally was subject a couple of weekends ago to an individual stalking me as I was in front of my building on Tudor Road, weeding my office. He walked by me, and then he proceeded to continually watch me from the side as he moved closer and closer. It was a frightening experience. I was there at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. I had to go in my building, set the alarm, get in my car, and leave. We've witnessed groups sharing bottles of liquor midday at the bus stop in front of our building. We had a young lady who ended up in front of my office door where my patients enter at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a busy day. She was high on meth and heroin. I was fortunate enough to have a former employee who works in addiction. She set up an Uber. We got her over to ANMC. We got her into a bed for rehabilitation. I am not immune to the problems of the homeless and the people who are addicted in Anchorage. Trust me. I witnessed a young man a couple of weeks ago shooting up between me and the building next to me. This is pretty commonplace for us. We do not believe that developing a property for at-risk homeless population in any of these busy locations will improve these conditions, especially since there have been no impact studies done. You know, you haven't judged the cost of renovations or anything else. We do face financial challenges. In the future, even if you promise me that you'll give me security, will that really happen? We already know the police are way overburdened right now, and they need more help. If the property my family's worked for 50 years, and trust me, my son works there, my daughters have both worked there, my grandchildren still help me with the trash. My son-in-law has a business there. If we lose 17% of our value, it's like we've all worked our whole lives to give up something. I know some of these younger people say that that doesn't matter, but it does when you're trying to, as a personal business owner who doesn't have a government security or retirement, that you depend on that. My parents are 83 and 84, and they depend on the income from that building because they were private enterprise people. So it does matter to people. Do we care about the homeless? You bet. I had a man sleeping behind my building 2 years ago in 30 below weather. I picked him up. I didn't actually pick him up. I made him walk over to the Yes place, and I bought him 3 nights, and I offered him mileage to help him get back to his sister. I don't know too many other people who do that, like the Kia guy. You know, people talk about it, but how many of you have taken money out of your pocket and helped somebody like that, or gotten on the ground with a heroin-addicted young woman who was crying and saying, "Why aren't you calling the cops on me?" It's because, you know what, I have a family member who's addicted, and I watched the struggle for the last 12 years. And if you don't think that I don't care about these people, or if these people are saying that we don't care about the homeless people, we do. But we're also valuable. We pay our taxes. We go to work every day, whether we feel like it or not, sometimes when we're sick. And we get through the day, and we donate at our churches, and we give to the people who need it. But you guys have to make a better decision. You have circumvented the process. I didn't get any notice. I always get notices when something goes on at Cuddy Park, when they're doing road changes. Anytime there's something done, we get zoning notices. We got nothing from the city, nothing. We didn't get a written notice. We didn't get anything in the paper. I'm curious about that. And I'll just go on to say, and I've kind of deviated from what's going on here, but Alaska's always been different, and our problems are different. We have Alaska Natives who are sent in from the villages because they're bad and they don't want them there. They have a different set of problems. We know what's going on in the villages. We know about the sexual abuse and all of the other things that are going on. And I just want to say one more thing, if I can, is that I'm very concerned about the disclosure and the financial interest that may be had by the people who are making these decisions.
I have a question for you, Mr. Weddleton.
I'm very concerned about it.
Hi. I wish looking at those pictures it was a surprise. I think that's very common all throughout Anchorage. It's a very sad thing. You know, I own a small business not too many miles away from you, and that's the same kind of stuff we see all the time. But if there were a rule in your neighborhood, no tolerance, no camping on the sidewalk, no loitering, none of that. If that was seen, they get hauled away. Would that help you out?
You know, somebody talked earlier about vagrant laws, and we're all up here kind of talking. Everybody says homeless, and they're grouping addicted people into homeless. They're grouping mental health into homeless. They're grouping people who just want to be homeless, because frankly, you guys all have to agree that there are people who want to be homeless. They don't want to live by anybody's rules. They want to do their own thing. And I agree that something needs to be done, but until you strengthen the vagrant laws and actually enforce them, which I spoke to a man in Seattle in February, and he was from the South. He was in Seattle with his wife and his daughter, and he said, in all of my life, he said, I have never seen this in my southern state. And I said, why do you think that is? He says, because they are not allowed to do this. They go to jail. And I said, well, what if they're sick? Or what if they're addicted? Or what? He says, then they go to a facility. But what we're trying to do is group people as homeless and try to figure out a facility. People who have alcoholism problems are very different from people who have heroin and meth problems. Those need to be treated differently. People who have no addictions, but they're just mentally ill. And trust me, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, there was a young man, and he must have been in like his early 30s, and he was dancing around talking to whatever he was talking to for at least a good hour and a half. Our whole office watched him because I was afraid he was obviously either high or just mentally ill. I was afraid he was going to dance out into Tudor Road and get hit. And trust me, I've rescued ducks and everything else, and I've stopped traffic for a moose. I would have done it for him too. But you just, until you guys slow this process down and figure out how we're going to help each department of these people, you're not going to solve the problem. I mean, we all know that Ben Boeke had to be closed down because of all the issues that were going on there. And a lot of these people don't know how to live in a facility. They don't know how to live better. They need help doing that. And so I'm just asking you guys to slow this process down. Invite the communities in to help you. Get the mental health people involved. The Alaska tribal organizations need to be involved. They're the ones shipping these people into Anchorage. What can we do to make it better? You know, the tribal hospital is one of the most advanced hospitals in the entire United States. They offer things there that are not offered anywhere else in the whole United States. They should be a part of this process with their people. They have a motto, isn't it the healthiest? What is the motto for the Native people? Healthiest people in the world, or healthiest group of people in the world, or something. You know.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Seriously.
Your time is up. Thank you. All right, we're going to switch to telephone. We're going to start with Mr. Oliver Burge. Hi, Mr. Burge. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We are currently on public testimony for items AO number 2020-58 and 66. Are you planning to testify on one or both of those items?
Both, please.
Okay, I've set the timer. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Ollie Berg, and I am from South Anchorage, and I am here to support both resolutions. I think that you should vote yes to number 58 because, well, first of all, zoning laws perpetuate inequality anyways, and so we should use them for our advantage. We should use them to help people in need. And I also want to, one, denounce the dehumanizing language that I've heard from the public. I think that calling people vagrants an infestation or a problem, it shows that we aren't viewing these people as humans, that all humans deserve a roof over their heads. It doesn't matter what addiction or problem they might have, that we should be doing everything we can, using our zoning laws, using the money that we get from the CARES Act to help these people to have a place to be safe, and to be housed. These resolutions, don't address the systemic issues. That's true. And folks have mentioned all these alternate locations, and you should use them in your next resolution as you address these systemic issues. But you need to vote yes to buy these properties and to rezone so that people don't have to live in fear anymore. People are living in fear. You're hearing that after testimony, after testimony, after testimony, and your station as the assembly is to rise above the fear and be courageous and do the right thing. Help these people. because systemic issues don't get fixed by not doing something. We have to buy these properties. We have to house these people so that we can start the process of working on the systemic issue. And so I really encourage you all to vote yes on both of these resolutions so that we can help human beings, no matter what we think of them, and live boldly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Reverend Michael Burke. Hi, Reverend Burke. This is Felix Rivera. You are with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for items AO number 2020-58 and 66. Are you planning to testify on one or both items?
I am planning on testifying on both resolutions, sir.
Okay, I've set your timer. Welcome.
Dear members of the Anchorage Assembly, my name is Michael Burke. Thank you all first for your dedication to public service and the betterment of our community. Friends and neighbors, those who came out here tonight, those on the phone, thank you for your patience and understanding in all this really difficult testimony these last 2 nights. I've served as the senior pastor of St. Mary's Episcopal Church for 20 years next month. And St. Mary's has been here on the old Waldron homestead in Midtown since the days when Tudor Road was a muddy set of tracks in the wilderness. 2 of these designated properties that are in this resolution are in our own Midtown neighborhood. In addition, we have numerous parishioners who reside in close proximity to the proposed properties. So I bring you greetings from our governing body. On Monday night, they voted unanimously to support Anchorage Ordinance 2020-66, which will authorize the purchase of 4 properties to provide treatment, support services, and supported housing for our neighbors who are homeless. St. Mary's has had an active engagement in issues of concern to the homeless community for over 30 years. We've been involved in every iteration of the various Anchorage homeless plans across 2 decades. It's so frustrating and disappointing to hear people say we don't have a plan. We've been involved, as others in the community have, for 2 decades on versions of plans that we've been working. We've visited campers in the woods and helped them find housing and get out of the parks. We've attended community council meetings where we've listened to our other neighbors' concerns. We've worked with them. We've had an active study group engaging evidence-based practices to reduce homelessness in our St. Mary's community for years. We manage a rapid rehousing fund to get people back off the streets into housing as quickly as possible. We've provided personal assistance in helping people become stabilized and housed. We've helped folks seek jobs, create resumes, work the steps in their wellness plan, create a wellness plan. In addition, we have a number of valued longtime parishioners of St. Mary's who have personal lived experience of being homeless. We have a few parishioners who are presently homeless. And you know what? Together, we weep, we laugh, we mourn and bury our dead. We rejoice and we celebrate the meaningful moments in our lives. And what we've learned through all that, friends, is this. Those who are homeless are us. The more we share life together, the more all those old stigmas and stereotypes fall away. And for every person we see causing great problems in the community, we find other people just struggling to find their way. We have nothing to fear and much to celebrate and hope for in housing and support services located in our neighborhood. In fact, it's those without housing or services who are the focus of so much discouragement and pain in our area of Anchorage. And I know I deal with that every day. Based on our years of study and research, as well as our shared experience, we understand the solution to homelessness is culturally accessible and appropriate mental health services, substance abuse and misuse treatment where needed, and supported housing. Those things are foundational parts of a comprehensive plan that Anchorage has been working towards for years. But without housing, such a fundamental part of our plan, it's hard to make progress. We believe that AO 2020-66 will provide a solid and trustworthy way forward to crafting a healthier, a more humane, a more stable community and business climate for all of us in Anchorage, whether we're housed or currently unhoused. In closing, let me just say that the community of St. Mary's is one where we strive in our own very imperfect way to following the way and the teachings of this guy, Jesus of Nazareth. In the Gospels, a man once asked Jesus, Jesus, what's the most important aspect of the law? What do I need to do to gain everlasting and full life? And Jesus, he quoted the Hebrew Scriptures. He summarized them. He said, to love God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it, to love your neighbor as yourself. You don't need to be a Christian to see the ancient wisdom in those words. They're echoed in many religions and philosophies. So when our Midtown neighbors express concern and anxiety, we listen deeply. They're our neighbors. But what we're talking about tonight is actually a part of the solution to all the negative things we've all been experiencing. And that young man with Jesus, he had a follow-up question like you, Assembly Person Allard. He said, but who is my neighbor? He said, who is my neighbor? Jesus replied with a story we call the story of the Good Samaritan, in which it's clear that the neighbor is the one who is beaten down and in dire need, who is most vulnerable among us. We at St. Mary's ask ourselves, what would we want for ourselves if we're homeless or in need? What would we want for our son, our daughter, our brother, our sister, our father, our mother?
Reverend Burke, apologies for the interruption. Your time is up, but I do have a question from Ms. Allard.
Reverend Burke, thank you for your service to our community. It's much appreciated. What I'd like to ask you is, do you believe that the community of Anchorage, all of us alike, do you think it's possible that we all want to fix this problem and that maybe we're just taking a route a different way, but we do want to resolve it, and that perhaps it's not any of us against each other, it's just a matter of the path that we want to take to resolve it?
You are right on that point. This is something I think most of us, I don't know about all, really want to solve. But Assembly Person Allard, people are busy. They have businesses and lives. When I go to community meetings where we've been working on plans for over 2 decades, there's 50, 60, 100 people there. There's not 5,000. So many people, much of what I've heard in testimony the last 2 nights is, why don't we have a plan? Why don't we do this? Why don't we talk to the Mental Health Trust? Why don't we look at these buildings? I sat in rooms where those buildings have been discussed in detail, where we've looked at building layouts and plans. And I'm just another guy, just another member of the community. I don't expect that from everyone. So a lot of what we need to do is educate people that we have been planning. We have been asking the very questions that they rightly are asking tonight. And there is a lot of solid evidence about supported housing programs, not congregate shelters where we warehouse people. We know what a disaster those are. We're trying to move away from that, take people off the streets who are ready to change, and many are, and get them stabilized and out of our parks, out of our neighborhoods, and off of our street corners. Not everyone will take that choice, but for those who do, we will make a stronger community. And that's something, like you say, that we all want to support. We all need to come together about.
Thank you, Reverend. I'd also like to follow up that maybe sometimes when folks are so integrated, and we've been doing this, like you said, for decades, that maybe people who've come aboard, like myself, maybe there's a different perspective, and maybe thinking outside the box could solve some issues, and maybe those thoughts should be taken into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Sarah Iacovelli. Is my best guess. Hi, apologies if I mispronounce your last name, Ms. Iacovelli. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We are currently in public testimony for items AO number 2020-58 and 66. Do you plan on testifying on one or both items?
One item, 66.
Okay, I've set the timer for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thanks so much. My name is Sarah. I am a teacher in Anchorage School District, and I live in Spenard, close to the Best Value Inn that would be converted into transitional housing under this ordinance. And I wanted to vocalize my enthusiastic support for this measure. I think passing this ordinance would be a revolutionary and hugely beneficial move for our city and for my neighborhood. And I hope that the Assembly will find a way to push forward in the right direction, despite the parade of detractors who'd apparently rather protect their own property than the lives and the health of those around them. I find it honestly heartbreaking and infuriating to hear so many people in my city expressing such an utter lack of empathy for our houseless neighbors. I know that people are reacting to the idea of having homelessness services on their blocks from a place of fear, but I think that fear is deeply misguided, influenced by ignorant and frankly hateful narratives that criminalize poverty, stigmatize mental illness, and position the homeless as a threat to public safety, when the truth is that homeless people are in fact much more likely to be the victims than the perpetrators of a crime, especially a violent crime, and especially sexual assault, which homeless women and LGBTQ plus people in Anchorage experience at alarming rates. The truth also is that many of us in Anchorage are just one or two hardships away from being homeless ourselves, especially in the current economic climate, and with very little being done by the city to protect low-income renters. And most importantly, the truth is that people without housing are people who deserve as much compassion and dignity and access to care as anybody else. I also want to just briefly speak to the lack of transparency some commentators have mentioned. And I want to say that for my part, I've actually felt much more informed on this issue than on many other ordinances that the Assembly has considered. And I think that my district representatives, Assembly members Perez Verdia and Quinn Davidson, have been very available, straightforward, and very open to community conversations about this. So I'd like to extend my thanks for that. It kind of seems to me that a lot of people like to lean on the excuse that this hasn't been adequately thought out or discussed, when in reality, they've just been willfully ignorant about it until it got close enough to them that they suddenly felt a self-righteous sense of indignation and superiority about it, which I think is an attitude that comes from a place of pretty extreme privilege. And it's frankly disturbing to me that so many people with so much privilege would use their voice to advocate only for themselves and against people in need. Does hating the poor help you sleep at night? I'm sorry, I just don't get it. I'll wrap up by imploring the Assembly again to please not give in to the incredibly selfish detractors who keep saying, not in my backyard, who would rather remove a problem from their sight than actually try to solve it. We desperately need long-term structural solutions to support the many and varied people experiencing homelessness in our city. And maybe this ordinance is imperfect, but it absolutely paves the way for that. Please vote yes to purchase these full properties to provide housing and life-saving services for our houseless neighbors, because when the least privileged members of our community benefit, we all benefit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. With that, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back to in-person testimony. again? Okay, if we can go ahead, calm down, we're gonna get started. All right, so we're gonna go with in-person testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jasmine Oleva, and I will be speaking on both ordinances. I have spoken before this body several times over the course of my life, and while this body has changed with different faces over the years, I find my frustration to be the same ignored echo of my pleas in childhood. I was born and raised in Fairview almost infamously. My father's business still operates on the very 3rd Avenue that has been mentioned numerous times throughout these testimonies. And while I grew up technically 2 blocks away on 1st Avenue, I could see the Brother Francis shelter out my childhood bedroom window, though I have felt the impacts from the people who frequented the area in every facet of my everyday life. My family, again, almost infamously, has taken the brunt of the homeless inebriate situation, painted as NIMBYs, and far, far worse, in the public. I have watched the neighborhood around me deteriorate and become more and more desolate. The things I saw growing up, rape, stabbings, fornication, defecation, and drug use on public streets led me to a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder on top of a family heirloom, thank you, of major depressive disorder. The PTSD was re-triggered by a home invasion less than 2 months ago. However, this home invasion took place in Rogers Park, but I'll get back to this point. In Fairview, along with the deterioration of the neighborhood, came the deterioration of my father. He looked like that before quarantine. And family, as we have fought diligently to have these problems mitigated without the sacrifice of our livelihoods. However, most times this fight was done alone with very few allies, and our voices have fallen on deaf ears. The property I was raised on, the property my father put his life into and paid taxes on my entire life, is worth a pittance of what it was once worth. A lock hangs on the gate of my childhood home. The people of Fairview, my friends and neighbors, do not deserve to carry the weight of Anchorage's problems, but it doesn't upheave that weight or lessen the load to dump it on the adjacent neighborhood. I stand here in a peculiar and altogether unique situation. I was already raised next to a homeless shelter. Our property value went down, that is a fact. On the previously mentioned 3rd Avenue, I stood on the corner of a parcel that my family once owned while being pelted with empty alcohol bottles thrown by homeless inebriates. Next to me was John Weddleton. Memory can be so short. That parcel of land was sold below assessed value, much to the heartbreak of our labor and grief over the years. Something that Mr. Weddleton might be unaware of is that I attended Inlettview Elementary School with his stepdaughters, taking a bus with the oldest of the pair to Denali Elementary School for Ignite, a gifted program, where a tunnel that connected the school playground to the Anchorage Park Strip was permanently closed due to the homeless inebriates breaking in during school hours while we were there. Again, memory can be so short. I also attended Rogers Park Elementary School, which would be a stone's throw from the intended purchases being discussed tonight. I can't imagine that the same problems Denali faced would not be prevalent if this were to pass. I now live in Rogers Park as well, maintaining my own residence. Less than 2 months ago, a homeless criminal with 35 prior counts on her record broke into my home in the early hours of the morning, cornering me in my kitchen after I confronted her. I had to defend my life, as well as the lives of sleeping family members, with a knife. I called Meg Zelatel when this happened. Again, this was in Rogers Park. I was scared for my life. When I grabbed the knife, I demanded that the woman leave. Anchorage Police Department responded, she was arrested, a case ensued, and she was released back into the public. Less than 2 weeks after that, a homeless inebriate who came up from the Chester Creek woods stood as a peeping Tom into my younger sister's window. Again, in Rogers Park. If these 4 properties are to be purchased against the behest of these neighborhoods, it will be a sore and blatant failure of this body. Midtown will deteriorate as Fairview and downtown have, and I am more than aware that Fairview and downtown have shouldered the weight of these problems for far too long and the action needs to be taken. But this is not the right course. This is the sacrificing of neighborhoods, Midtown and Spenard, which begs mentioning because people still live there too. The Best Value Inn is less than 2 blocks away from my best friend Casey, and you know him, Mr. Constant. These are crosses to bear in already blighted neighborhoods. As someone who deals with mental illness, as I have previously stated, this cause is not lost on me. These people need help. As someone who already grew up next to a homeless shelter, believe me when I say this cause is not lost on me, and these people need our help. I can see all sides in the name of diplomacy, and with diplomacy being exercised in my voice right now, these ordinances were ill-wrought, impulsive, and ultimately dangerous to these neighborhoods. I understand, probably more than anyone in this room right now, aside from my father, my mother, and Mr. Chris Constant, who has fought and fought for his voice to be heard, the necessity, but do not understand and fully reject the steps taken to get to where we are right now. I implore this body to please take into deep consideration the overwhelming amount of testimony given tonight and last night. Please don't let these families suffer as my family has. Many can see these properties outside their home windows, and let me tell you from experience, it only gets worse. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
What?
I was just saying thank you for your testimony. Yep. Welcome.
Thank you. She's a tough act to follow. She's my daughter, and she had a very well-prepared statement. I don't have a whole lot to add. I'd like to go back a little bit to our history, though. We bought the property at 3rd and Ingram.
Sorry to interrupt.
I'm sorry. My name's Annette Aleva.
Sure. Are you going to be testifying on?
And I'm talking to both ordinances, or however long it takes me. Anyway, we purchased the property the year Jasmine was born. She is our 4th of 5 children. And when we bought the property, the Brother Francis Shelter was a Quonset hut that had been used because it was needed in an emergency. And we had assurances from Catholic Social Services that no, it would not be rebuilt or expanded in that area. That area was zoned industrial. And planning and zoning, it was rezoned to public lands. In place were put all these conditional use things which have consistently been violated over the years. One, the shelter was rebuilt. We were told the capacity would not exceed a certain number. I think it was 250 at the time. Within a year, it exceeded that capacity. The nearby Beans Cafe was used for overflow. The problems down there consistently worse and worse. And you might think we were terrible parents for moving our 5 children down into the industrial area of Anchorage, but in all honesty, we kind of kept our distance, and we employed hundreds of homeless people. There are many people in this city who could attest to the fact that we gave them a chance. We took on inebriates, we took on people with drug issues, we took on all kinds of people. Most of them did not last. Some of them became our friends, some of them slept in our home. We have a heart for the homeless. I'm a Catholic, I'm a Roman Catholic, been one all my life. I write for the Catholic Anchor, and every time I get up here and I testify about how their inaction has caused a multitude of misery down there, I jeopardize my position. I have been asked to be removed from it on occasion. And with a different, more sympathetic editor, I got my job back. I have interviewed Lisa Aquino. I have friendships all along with people. I've been involved in organizations that have addressed social justice issues, and these are social justice issues. But social justice cannot be applied to one set of people without it applying to all. You cannot put justice, you cannot favor one group of people over another. And it's not fair. Even the small group of homeless people, which consists of a broad group of people, from children to elderly to all kinds of things, we're talking primarily about people who may have issues, substance abuse issues, treatment, all those things need to be addressed. This is not the way. If our experience is anything, it is that as my daughter said, things have fallen on deaf ears. We have stood before this body, and Mr. Weddleton, with all due respect to you, I was here a couple years ago when the city was considering the purchase of property we owned across from the Brother Francis Shelter. The property was appraised $1 million. It kept dropping, and that finally our tax assessment was, I believe, $830,000. The city eventually did purchase that property, but Mr. Weddleton, you said to me that if the sale of ML&P went through, that property would be essentially worthless. We'd be lucky if we got $350,000, so please don't tell me these kinds of things don't affect property values. We put our life's blood into that place. We went from unemployment, losing our house, building a business that took us 20, 30 years, raising a family here in Anchorage, and we have always, as my daughter said, borne the brunt of this pretty much alone, and we've been vilified for it. We've been not listened to. I know my husband has been a tremendous, you all know him very well, has been a tremendous advocate for justice down there. So I'm asking you to do the right justice. Yes, we have issues we need to address with homelessness and with substance abuse and with mental health issues. They are not necessary, they're interrelated, they're not separate, but you must give them the consideration. Ms. Allard, you've been asking many people, what do you suggest? I suggest you look at Intervention 2020. I suggest you pull in everyone on this, the churches who are tax exempt and yet enjoy all the benefits of being in a city, fire protection, police protection, et cetera, and come together. There are ideas out there that perhaps you haven't listened to because, as my husband often says, your mind is already made up. And I get that sense here as I listen to the testimony and I listen to the call-in testimony, which appears to be people who are in favor of these ordinances being passed. I'm just wondering why they're not here tonight, why they're not willing to stand in line. This is important to us. It's very easy to stand outside of this and say, oh, we need this, and we love the homeless and all that, but I want to see some skin in the game from everybody, and I think it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to listen to people and to actively seek out people who have ideas and thoughts. And I think that being dismissive of people because you don't like their approach is not fair, and it's also not in your job description. Your job is to listen to us and to respond to us, not to have your minds made up. And I don't really have a whole lot more to say because, frankly, I have ate, drank, slept, woke up talking about this, gone to bed talking about this for 20 years. I'm tired. And as my husband says, buy my property and get me out of there.
Thank you. I have a comment for you or a question, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just this is to both you and your amazing daughter, and even Ron a little bit.
You go.
I just want to say thank you for your perpetual and persistent effort at trying to make right a long-term wrong.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate, I've known you for years. I know you've been with us in partnering this, and I totally understand why you want this to be shared by the city. We've talked about this. I just think this is a little bit wrong-headed. There was a man here from Bayshore. I was out in Bayshore a couple days ago and going, I wonder how they would like this, because you're not really moving this very far. Spenard, Spenard's right next to Midtown. Mountain View, I've lived in Mountain View. I've lived in College Village. I lived in Rogers Park for a while. I lived in Fairview, in not downtown area Fairview, and then I lived downtown there, and I'm back in Rogers Park again. And I've seen a lot of things go on in this city, and I know that it has unfairly, the Fairview and the downtown area has unfairly borne the brunt of this. And while I appreciate an attempt to spread that out over the city, I think this is wrong-headed, and I think it's hasty. This was, again, an emergency. We had an emergency COVID. We put people in the Sullivan Arena. There's no, it doesn't seem as if there's any necessarily urgency. There are no COVID cases, and the Sullivan Arena is not going to return to an arena anytime soon. I'm not going to sporting events there. You're not going to sporting events there. So I urge you to give this a little bit more thought and to allow the input, and I appreciate that. I appreciate all these people who have come out and stood here forever, so thank you to them.
Thank you. One more question. Ms. Allard?
This is actually to your daughter, Jasmine. Yeah, sure, come on up. Miss Oliva, you've raised a strong, energetic, well-spoken young lady, and I'm going to say this honestly, that was the best testimony I have heard ever since being up here. And I've only been here 3 months, but thank you, Jasmine.
You
It was
missed out on some
passionate.
good ones in previous years, let me tell you.
I learned a lot from you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, that means a lot.
I'm sorry that this has happened to your family, but we all want to fix the problem. We'll
we
get
do
there.
too.
I promise you.
We do too. Thank you
Thanks,
so much.
you guys.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brian Feltz, and I'd like to talk on 58 and 66, please. Before I got here, I had only heard about 66 last night, and I started reading up a little bit on 58, and I didn't know what B3 was, so I decided to look it up. And Mr. Constant and Mr. Weddleton, you actually have influenced and changed my mind from your actions this evening, so I'd like to thank you for that. I believe that you are open to ideas and influence, so thank you. B3, General Business District. B3 district is intended for primarily for general commercial uses in commercial centers and areas exposed to heavy traffic. I don't know if any of you guys have witnessed issues from people coming from the Campbell Creek tract trying to cross Tudor Road and being struck by vehicles, but I have personally seen it. And they are the exact people that we're talking about with these two ordinances. I'm concerned for their safety, and I don't think that a high traffic area would be ideal for them. As far as the rest of 58 and 66, Mr. Mayor, this thing looks like Swiss cheese from a legal perceptual standpoint. I think that there's a lot of issues here as far as fidelity goes for the public and perceptionally that you could have mitigated in the text. If there's a plan, as stated in Anchorage Daily News this morning, that you have in place and many people have testified to, I believe it would have been very good supporting documentation to include. The reason being is you have a lot of people upset. But secondary, there is a special investigator for the CARES Act specifically. Okay? The CARES Act also requires that payments be used only to cover costs that were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27th, 2020. From what I glean in this meeting, you have established intent prior to this, but you have not put it on a vote from my understanding, and I could be wrong, but I have not seen it up for a vote from your constituents or here on the assembly to be budgeted for. So, Special Inspector General for Pandemic Recovery created for the CARES authorized to conduct, supervise, and coordinate audits and investigations of the making, purchase, management, sale of loans, loan guarantees, and other investments made by the Secretary of the Treasury under program established by the Secretary under this Act, and the management of the Secretary of any program established under this Act. The gentleman's name is Brian Miller. The website any of your constituents or assembly members can go to is pandemic.gov.oversight. The phone number is 202-292-2600. Mr. Mayor, I propose that you shoot this down. Assembly members, I propose that you shoot this down and readdress it in a legal fashion that does not put your constituents in a potential situation where we're reimbursing the federal government for $22.5 million. Thank you.
Excuse me. I have a question for you, Ms. Allard.
Mr. Feltz, have you served in federal capacity at all?
Yes.
Would you say you're pretty expert on federal guidelines?
Well, I'm not a constitutional scholar, but I do read federal guidelines. I interpret rules and regulations. I forward my own determination to supervisors, who then forward on to our legal departments and review them and make determinations on not only fiscal but judicial issues.
So this actually, what you're saying is that, do you think it could trigger an audit if we use the COVID funds incorrectly or the CARES Act funds?
In my profession, this would most assuredly be open to an audit and suing of whoever for those funds.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to switch over to the phone. So first we have Miss Ilona Farr. So since you are here in person, do you mind getting in line, please? Sure. Yeah, I appreciate and thank you for waiting here. And I guess, and apologies, I'll go ahead and just clarify this for everyone. So if you are here to testify and you signed up to testify over the phone, I would urge you to get in line because I want to make sure that we get folks who are here to testify on the phone because they're not obviously here in person. So I apologize about that. I'm going to move on to Mr. John Haxby. Oh, he already testified? Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to move on to Mr. Jeff Nelson. Then next we'll move on to Eric. Just Eric. Hi, Eric. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for AO number 2020-58 and 66. Will you be testifying on... Sorry.
Felix, I left my number last night. You didn't call, and I came in tonight, and I testified earlier.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for your previous testimony.
Appreciate the call. Thanks.
Then last we have Miss Regina Sellers. Thanks. All right, we'll go ahead and switch back to in-person testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Martino. I'm here to speak against both ordinances. I think it would be a big mistake to buy these properties to facilitate the homeless. The homeless problem is growing very fast here. In the last few years, the homeless population in Anchorage has exploded, and in my opinion, it's because we are enabling it. We have tent cities that are popping up all over the city. It's no longer safe to walk on our trails without being harassed. Vagrants party at major intersections. They get drunk, have sex, and shoot up drugs right on the sidewalk. There's little to no repercussions for this bad behavior. They continuously do it. If anything, you might have the community patrol come out and haul them off for the evening, and they're back out partying again the next day. I think that if you buy these properties, they're going to have to be maintained and staffed. That means our property taxes are going to go up yet again. And right now we're in the middle of an economic downfall like we've never seen before. And you guys want to purchase these properties with money from the CARES Act. Those funds are meant to help struggling people that are struggling because of the economic crisis from this pandemic. Earlier, we had an assembly member say he might have financial gain in this, and I wonder if others might as well. I think that, enabling these behaviors is just a bad idea. We let them get away with everything that they're doing, and they're just going to continue to do it. They party their life away on the streets. They panhandle. They harass people. You can't drive down Fifth Avenue right now by the Tesoro station. They throw rocks at your vehicle, and they're just allowed to. And you guys want to have these places close to residential neighborhoods where there's children.
Close to residential neighborhoods where there's
Hello?
Mr. Peterson, I don't know if you heard that, but I need you to mute your television, please. I paused your time. I'm going to start it again.
Can you hear me now? I think we're allowing these people to get away with really bad behavior out in public. They're shooting up, they're drinking, they're partying on the streets. There's no repercussions for this. This is going to continue. They have it easy. We're catering to them, I think, if anything, that we need to look into things like more psychiatric care. I don't think all of these people have mental problems. I think it's just an easy lifestyle with no repercussions. They can do whatever they want, and they're turning our town into a cesspool, and you guys want to move this closer to residential neighborhoods and destroy more of the city. I just think it's a bad idea. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Members of the Assembly, Mr. Chairman, I'm Nick Begich, and I've talked to most of you at different meetings. We've been promoting, Dave Cuddy and I, Intervention2020.com.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you going to be speaking on one or both?
I am going to be speaking on both issues. And what I want to really say is I want to reset the clock a little bit, because going back 2 years ago, what I said when I came before you was it isn't homelessness. That is a symptom of an underlying problem that is most of what everyone here is complaining about. It's alcoholism, drug abuse, and mental illness. This is a symptom. And the solution of building houses, which is what you would want for your kids, what you would want for you, you have to meet people where they are. And when they're mentally ill and drug addicted and in the position that they're in, you have to do something different. You have to do a community intervention where you step in and you stop the lawlessness. You see, all the lawlessness that we read all those great articles about in the bush, where misdemeanors turn into felonies and 3 or 4 days later the police arrive, those tribal courts that finally are starting to get some level of recognition have nowhere to send people. Elders are not old native people. Elders are people who survived and are recognized in their communities. I've worked in native communities. I've worked as a tribal administrator for Chickaloon Village for 5 years and as their planner. I've been twice adopted at Athabasca by my sister Danita Peters from Tyonek. I worked as a liaison between the village of Tyonek and the corporation because they couldn't talk to each other for 40 years, and I bridged that for 2.5 years. I've worked with Native peoples. I helped develop the very first functional social service programs in Chickaloon Village, which are recognized around the state as effective programs, because we met each individual where they were. When I went to work there the first day, you know what the political cartoon was in The Frontiersman? In The Frontiersman in 1999, it was Scott Ogan, a state senator with his neck on an Indian whose name was Chickaloon. That was the day I started there. We changed the perception of Native Americans in that community by what we did there together, by addressing through an approach called the hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy. We address people on the base: food, clothing, and shelter, safety and security, belongingness, which is what a tribe is, and then self-actualization. We did it one at a time, and we succeeded. We had no money, we had nothing, but we did it. We did it by the strength of people that wanted to make a change. I carried out of Fairview Chief Marie Smith-Jones a couple of times to take her to the hospital. She was an alcoholic living in the street until she was 65. At 65, she changed her life, and she lived into her 80s and served a role as a leader throughout this state and in this community. But she had to be met where she was when she was at the bottom in a way that changed it. What everyone's objecting to here is not the suffering. It's the neglect that's done under the guise of tolerance, which is withholding what you might feel and not accepting where people are. We have the tail wagging the dog by building housing as the beginning point. It is for a lot of people that are falling into homelessness right now, and they're going to get mixed in with this population of lawlessness that you've allowed to happen here. And it is not an Anchorage problem. It is a statewide problem that everyone here is asking Anchorage to absorb. And none of you, until a few days ago, have even reached out to the governor on this. We did. Dave Cuddy and I did. We've had a couple of meetings already. And we're going to keep pushing on it. What you're going to do here today isn't going to be undone at the state level. You're going to waste this money, you're going to piss it away, and at the end of the day, we're not going to have a solution. We think it's a broader conversation, and you're missing the opportunity for that conversation that's here right now. Right now, there's land all through Anchorage, all through Alaska, owned by the Mental Health Trust. You don't have to buy land. You have vacant buildings. Have any of you asked for an inventory of the vacant properties that Anchorage has to consider where these might go? Have you made that inquiry and looked at the other possibilities? When you look at what's happened here and what people are objecting to, let's talk about the statistics. In the governor's meeting the other day, 66% of people coming out of prisons end up homeless. Well, geez, and most of them commit crimes again. Well, geez, why don't we address the criminal component of this a little bit? Because that's what everyone here has been complaining about. It's not lack of empathy or compassion or caring for people. It's meeting people where they are and an appropriate solution, one at a time, and some people are criminals. I talked to my tribal chief about my proposal and Dave's proposal, and you know what he said to me? If they would recognize the misdemeanors in these villages of the tribal courts and accept their court orders, because these are their family members, these are their cousins and brothers and sisters, they're not strangers. They don't want to send them to Anchorage or Fairbanks and get lost here. They want a place where they can send them, where they can get help and fixed, so that we don't have to go out to the village and pick up bodies anymore or off our streets in Anchorage anymore. We need a community intervention, and we need it now. A different approach than the one you're proposing, because the ones that are causing the most expense to the city and the most disruption of our neighborhoods, and the most disruption, the loss of $1 billion in public trails and parks that we cannot use safely, is because we have forgotten to meet people where they are and develop a program that addresses them. And when they're criminals and they've gone too far, they have to be made accountable. I got a bill in the mail, a tax bill in the mail for police and fire and parks and rec. I can't send my kids to those parks.
Sir, your time is up, but I have a question for you. Ms. Zolotel?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Regich. So your intervention, though, it's correct, it's to lock people up involuntarily.
Yeah, it does. When people
Okay,
commit crimes,
thank you.
if someone comes to
Thank you.
that, you know what? That's right. When you commit a crime, ma'am, when you commit a crime, you have a responsibility to be accountable for that crime. And I'm saying that when you commit a crime in this city, I expect you to enforce the law or take those laws off the books and let the state enforce their laws. Because that's something that maybe an attorney here could do, is get a writ of mandamus and force you to follow your laws.
I have a couple more questions for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Nick, for your testimony. So I have a couple questions for you. So Ms. Zalatel said to you that it's in part of your program that you lock people up, but for clarification, are you saying you lock people up who commit a crime?
Yes. Okay. Now here's the other point I would make.
So I want to say something else. As a former military sergeant, I knew that if I did something wrong, I was going to probably get a counseling statement depending on the level, right? So if I disrespected an NCO that was higher ranking or something like that, I'd probably get a field grade Article 15 or a summarized Article 15. So there are consequences to every action we do. But you're saying, I'm trying to figure this out. If they have a mental illness, you're not just going to lock them up. Is that what you're saying your program's going to do?
If someone is committing a crime, and what we've heard about, and we even saw a picture of a guy masturbating on someone's porch. Now, I think that's a crime, and I think that person should be arrested. All right, I think that should be a person arrested. I don't want my granddaughter walking down the street and having to deal with that. As an 8-year-old, I could walk in Fairview, I could walk in Mountain View, and nobody worried about me. I can't do that as an adult today. It's not about locking everyone up, which is how some people would like to characterize our proposal. I'm saying make people responsible when they commit these crimes. And you know what? 90% of the work people have to do goes away. And then all of these nonprofits that are here who have been testifying, those are the ones that are jeopardize jobs if you get rid of homeless. Those are the ones you've heard from. We heard from Reverend Green, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mayor, isn't his wife the one who runs the homelessness program for the city and draws about $180,000 in income? Am I incorrect in that? You know, who we heard from that are supporting this are people that are paid.
Sir, we have some more questions for you, Mr.
I'm not finished.
Oh,
Can
go
I
ahead.
ask another question?
Yeah.
Did you just imply that people are actually profiting from our homeless situation, and maybe that's
No,
why
I
they
didn't
don't want to
imply
solve
that.
the
I
problem?
made that very clear. That's a lot of money. I never made that kind of money as a tribal administrator. I started at $200, enough for my gas money.
So I have another question for you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to put a finer point on it to follow up on Mrs. Alatel's question. So I have read or tried to read your website. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It kind of jumps all over the place. But one specific point is that it wants to reopen the Palmer Correctional Center. So is your proposed solution mass arrests and mass incarceration of our population that's experiencing homelessness?
When we invited a lot of people to various conversations, and what we suggested was, when we met with the Commissioner of Corrections and the head of behavioral health, director of behavioral health for the state, and a couple of state senators from the Republican Party and from the Democratic Party, because you guys wouldn't call the meeting, so we did. And in that, what we talked about was providing mental health care for anyone in Alaska that needs it, beyond the criminal element, because you know what, there's a waiting list. It's a year or two long. What we also heard in these meetings is there's nobody to staff these facilities you guys are talking about. And that's again why you need to coordinate with the state, because the state has a university, and the university should have years ago began pipelining the right people, and that's why a dialogue between you and them needs to happen.
So can I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
So again, the Palmer Correctional Center is at the heart of what you have written on your website. And so my question is, have you spoken with the Mat-Su Borough, and if you're going to ship hundreds or perhaps 1,000 people from Anchorage out
Let me
are they going to be
answer that question.
involuntarily committed, or can they voluntarily leave the facility? And if they can voluntarily leave the facility, has the Mat-Su Borough agreed
Let me
to this
speak
proposal?
to the Palmer facility to answer your first question. I went and spoke with Representative Rauscher. Representative Rauscher represents that area of the valley. He went very carefully over their community plan, and they have one that's approved. In order for that facility to be used, that plan has to be modified. And I am happy to go embrace that community and talk to them, because at one point when it was a prison, Chickland Village has a vision for that prison. that Native peoples would go there and that we would support them through our programs so they would have a connection to tribal people and that it would mean something. That's what we wanted to see 20 years ago when they built that facility, all right? And we didn't have a dialogue, but we kept trying. There's an opportunity for dialogue now with that community. There's 640 acres in that tract of land. I think it's one worth embracing. You know what the biggest concern was? The biggest concern we heard from Representative Rauscher was that what happens when people leave these facilities? And part of that can be addressed in legislation. You send them back to their home community where they have a support network and family and friends and people that can help them. That's what you do.
So you haven't answered the question, though. Is it going to be voluntary or involuntary that people go to Palmer?
The discussion we had
Just answer the question. Is it voluntary or involuntary?
It can be both. That facility could be used for both, and let me tell you why. Because there's a fork in the road, and when you engage someone and you give them the opportunity to do a couple of things, and this is what our proposal fully says. It says, and you should have read the one I gave you 2 years ago because it's exactly what's on the website, in an order that makes sense and is easy to understand.
I'm sorry. I tried to read through it. It didn't make a lot of sense. It didn't make sense then. It doesn't make sense now.
Everyone else has read it, made perfect sense to them. I'm sorry about that.
I have one more question for you, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I won't promise it's one. I'll try to be brief. So you said that the state's willing to help, which is totally exciting, because I think you're right. This is a state problem. We're the hub city. Hub cities all around the country get this stuff dumped on them. And we do, when they get out of the prison, where do they go? They're stuck here. And we have a rule that says they get sent home to wherever they committed the crime, but that doesn't happen. They stay here with no resources. So the state's not helping there. And when we saw the governor's budget cuts last year, his message was, state's not going to have money. You guys got to figure it out, local governments and us, and said you're on your own. And, that's the reality, really. So that's the message we got loud and clear. We're on our own, so we're behaving that way. We need to solve our own problems, not count on the state. Now, if you say the state's all in now, that's exciting news, but I don't know that they have even more resources than they did 2 years ago.
The need of leadership is actually to lead, to come up with ideas, and to look at the state resources. And I can make a couple suggestions right now that I've made to the governor that may end up in some legislation. It may even end up in a ballot issue. And what we suggested to him is, where's the money? We said, we have a solution for the money. Why don't you look at the Mental Health Trust, which has $700 million. Great, good. And that came out of the land base, and actually most of it came out of a settlement when everyone tried to loot the Mental Health Trust, and it had to be restored. But there's about 750,000 acres left in the trust, most of which is doing nothing, not making any revenue, not producing any revenue. The Mental Health Trust owns all the mineral rights, the subsurface rights, and the oil and gas rights that are under any of those properties, and some of them do have that. But for an amount of money, they could transfer the surface estate over to the permanent fund, say for $1 billion even. And we've suggested that number. $1 billion then rolls into the Mental Health Trust to be managed by the permanent fund. Now there's $1.7 billion. And you know what? That'll throw off enough revenue to pay for rehabilitation services for anyone who doesn't have insurance in this state forever. That's what the trust was designed to do, to cover mental health. Over 60 years, and they originally had 1 million acres, and they got, a couple dozen people in the one facility, and then a lot of mini grants going around, but no comprehensive solution. We have a nonprofit, the biggest nonprofit in Anchorage, I would bet, is Providence Hospital. I would like you to see what their audited financials look like and how much money they're shipping out of Alaska as a nonprofit. I've heard it's as high as $100 million a year. A year. A year. We pay the highest cost of medical care anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, and the nonprofit who you gave to Catholic Social Services, one of their arms, last night, $200,000 of our money. If you read the papers, the chain of nonprofits nationally has $12 billion in reserves, and they just took $578 million from the CARES Act. A nonprofit, a Catholic charity. Okay, I get really confused about all that, because that doesn't represent what I think public policy should look like, who's paying the bill, who should be responsible, what are these nonprofits doing? Are we creating the nonprofit industry that Anchorage taxpayers are going to pay for? And that's what a lot of us are feeling right now.
Did you have a follow-up?
It's not so much a follow-up, but a second question, if
Sure.
I could, because, and I appreciate your answers there. And my experience with the land trust is they don't give much, but I hope I hope you're successful in changing that.
Yeah, and it's amazing what a non-elected person can do when he demonstrates just a little bit of leadership and a little bit of commitment.
Good. So I've got, hold on.
Mr. Begich, there's another question for you.
So you were saying, like in the villages, they want them to go somewhere where they can get help. Where would that be?
A rehab center. But see, they can issue a court order from their tribal court because they have some jurisdiction. They can write their codes and ordinances. They're domestic nations. If you understand anything about Indian law and we start to recognize them, which we should have done a long time ago, this fight has been going on a very long time. My dad settled the Native Land Claims Settlement Act, one of the first steps in the right direction and far short of where it needed to go. And we've had 40 years, and we're still sitting in this same squalor, and we're watching it now. The biggest village in Alaska is Anchorage. And I heard this opening remarks from you about the denying of people. And you know what? We're talking about a virus situation. You know why all of this happened here? Why Chickaloon Village is where they are? Why Tyonek doesn't allow people there? Do you know the history is the Spanish flu wiped out everyone in Chickaloon, 250 people, maybe even more, to 5 sisters. In this whole region of 8 villages, people were dying like crazy, and one guy, Chief Chickalushan, took all of the native kids that were orphaned to Tyonek and created a village. He said, no one can come here.
Did you have anything else, Mr. Weddleton? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Chair, can I just say something?
Sure.
I actually have an issue. When someone is trying to finish their sentence or speaking, I think it's really rude that we just cut them off. And I think we need to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Dave Diamato. I had not planned on speaking to you, but I will be speaking on both of the ordinances tonight. I say that I hadn't planned on speaking to you tonight because I had reached out to several of you personally to tell you about the successes that we had in Juneau. In Juneau, Alaska, wait, I'm getting ahead of myself already. In 2016, I worked in Anchorage for United Way on the homeless situation. I was the senior director of the homeless service program. I then did 2 jobs. I was the interim executive director for the Anchorage Homeless Coalition. So I know exactly what you're working on here. In 2016, I started working on another project while simultaneously doing those, one in Juneau that had an exact same problem. Homeless people had taken over a neighborhood, and it was overrun with crime, addicts, homeless folks, this sort of thing. We went down there, myself and another group of sort of committed folks, and what we did is in 2.5 years, we took the crime in that neighborhood. They were receiving 1,000 calls per year in this neighborhood, and we brought it down to under 50. In neighborhoods, in public spaces that were normally littered with drug deals, drug paraphernalia, it vanished. We got rid of it. We did some spectacular stuff down there. But the conversation Mr. Constant had with Rabbi Greenberg yesterday brought me here today. I planned on not talking to you about this because, as I said, I've been reaching out privately trying to address some things that I thought you guys needed to hear about. I understand that you're thinking about putting one of these facilities very near a school. We had a situation in Juneau where a facility went near a school. A lot of homeless people were housed there. And we spent the majority of the time that we worked on the issue down in Juneau unpacking that situation. That school ultimately shut down because of the behavior of the people in the neighborhood while we were addressing it, caused the school to be shut down on 3 separate occasions by federal officers. And parents were terrorized, children were terrorized, and that proximity was a learned lesson for us. I would say that Juneau is probably 5 years, 6 years ahead of you guys right now, but this is a problem that you're walking into with both hands. Juneau is a hub community. You're a hub community. Juneau's Alaska. You're in Alaska. So many similar demographics, so many similar things were happening down there, and what you're planning on doing with this particular ordinance is you're walking into what we just cleaned up. And so I'm going to urge you vigorously not to drop these things. You are not Johnny Homeless Appleseed throwing people into the community, into residential areas and things like that. These are complex people with complex comorbidities. You need a better plan This is not a plan. And I realize that you're sort of backstopping some of your conversation with, well, there is a plan. There's a plan, and we're going to rely on the plan that we've been working on for 20 years. The plan, this is the same plan that has got us to this point. It has failed. In Juneau, we did not fail. I spent many, many years working as a public defender. I worked on public health issues for a decade, and then I worked in homeless services. And what occurred to me in Juneau was that we had to change our perspective. We had to change the way we did things. I started in Juneau using a lot of the elements of what I had learned about public health and about homelessness. And what we did is we realized very quickly, it's not going to work. It hasn't been working for years. We visited, when I worked in homelessness, we visited a lot of communities. We checked out places that were trying different things. They weren't working. We went to Boston. You know what we have in common with Boston? Bupkis. You know what you have in common with Juneau? Lots of stuff. Some of the elements in the work that we did down in Juneau are immediately transferable to this body. You guys need to take a look, step back, don't create a problem that we just got done fixing, and then come together with new stakeholders. I know your plan. I know your plan because I helped write bits of it. I worked on bits of it. It's not working. Don't throw good money after bad. Don't destroy neighborhoods that are functioning properly now in some misguided effort just simply to spread the problem around. The plan you have is not a good plan.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for you. Ms. Allard?
I have a few questions. Can your plan be implemented statewide, Dave?
Yeah. I would call it a lot less of a plan than I would call it lessons learned. Because as I said a minute ago, I went down there with the view of understanding, solving a particular issue, and we didn't go down there as a member of a nonprofit or as a governmental organization. We went down there to solve some issues in a neighborhood, and it just sort of exploded because we took a sort of holistic approach to it. We took a neighborhood-centered approach to it. And what we discovered pretty quickly was that the neighborhood was under siege, and getting them on board was sort of fundamental to what we needed to resolve so that the community could move forward.
So Dave, I was down in Juneau, January of 2019 until May of 2019, working for Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. When I was down there, I didn't have to carry at all. I was able to walk at night by myself. I went to the Capitol back and forth when I was working. I went there during the dark hours of the morning, and I was completely safe. What happened with the homeless? Why, you said it took, how many years to?
About 2.5.
And what was the actual, what did you do with the homeless?
Well, it was a lot of things. The lessons learned, this is a notebook filled with things that we did. I can tell you one of the things that we did was we prioritized public spaces. We kept people moving. We followed the laws that were on the books.
What do you mean you kept people moving?
So Juneau did something that I thought was very clever. They did this before I even got there, but then we expanded it into the area that we were working in. They hired a private security firm, and they declared that there would be no loitering in public spaces for any period of time. And so the private security firm did a really interesting job. They went around and they were sort of engaged in the community, and they said, hey, we know you. You know you're not supposed to be here. Can we take you someplace warm to sleep tonight? This sort of thing. It was the sort of community policing model that I think a lot of people are tending to think about these days. It was, I think, ahead of its time. And then we took that into the residential area that had these, the sort of badly thought out, let's just put them there sort of process that you're thinking about. And we did the same thing there, and in public and private spaces, it was very successful. We were able to keep people moving, take them where they needed to go, and it was just amazingly successful.
Just one last question, Chair. Do you think your program we kind of have community persons that go around our community and make sure if there's any homeless or anybody in distress? It's volunteer. I know them. They're my neighbors. They get in their trucks. They get donations, pay for their gas, a snack along the way, and they kind of guide homeless if they need help, whether they need to see a police officer because they're in distress, whether they need to go to the hospital. Do you think that we as Eagle River Chugiak could possibly hook up with you and maybe start implementing that plan so that we can be your first over here?
It'd be a great idea.
Thank
It
you.
works so well there. It works so well. And what really drove it there more than anything else was it wasn't the usual cast of characters. It wasn't following the same plan. Different parts of the community came out and said, this is what we want our policing to do, and that's what made it successful.
Thanks. Thank you for your community
Sure.
service.
Thank you. I have one more.
Two
Mr.
simple
Constant.
questions. How many people are you talking about in the context of Juneau were on the streets homeless, and where did you take them to in the day when your private security forces picked them up off the street corners and said you can't be here?
So they weren't my private security forces. They were hired by the city.
Right, yeah.
And this is a model that a lot of cities are adopting. And
We
I like,
have that
actually,
too. Just
yeah.
curious.
Well, the thing that I think is interesting about the model that the city opted, and there's other cities like Detroit that have a similar model that is working. Detroit used to be awful. Now it's better. Where they took them was where they wanted to go. First of all, they were given options as to where they wanted to go. Some people wanted to just keep moving. And free will being free will, people went where they wanted to go. Some of them wanted help, but being able to be there to actually intervene and offer to help, that was so helpful for a lot of those people because, you know, we found that 25-30% of them would want to go to a hospital or to some sort of facility to get some help. Many didn't, but some did. And that helped, that was part of what I think was one of the most essential elements that worked in Juneau. Moving people the way that we move them acted as a form of sort of self-triage. People started to display kind of what they, you know, what their proclivities were and what sort of intervention they needed. But it was clear that all of them needed intervention. Some were willing to do it. Some were less able to even acknowledge that they needed help.
How many?
How many? Probably in the downtown area. You know, it's funny because the homeless are a little hard to count. And what we noticed was that there was probably 200. I want to just give you a ballpark, just so you know. And this is just downtown Juneau, say from the Red Dog right the way up until the trails on the mountain start. That sort of area.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
So following on that, and I appreciate your comments, Dave. It's good to see you. It's been a while. You say that you would keep them moving and then you would take them where they needed to go. And I think our issue here is we don't have those places to take them. And we
Right.
want to create those places. So, because we are also spending more money on exactly the outreach that you talk about. And I think it's what Mr. Begich was also talking about, meeting them where they are. But we meet them where we are. We have no place to take them. And we want to make places to take them when they're willing and able. And we just don't
Right.
have that now. Well, tell me, right or wrong.
You'll recall, like the beginning of my testimony, I was saying, don't commit this mistake. The mistake that was made in Juneau was dropping, and it was a mistake that happened long before I got down there. It was taking a population and putting them in a place where they didn't need to be. This hearing is about zoning. This hearing is about where the appropriate thing is. We do this all the time. We figure out, should there be a 7-Eleven on the hillside? No, apparently. But should there be pot stores and strip malls? Yes, apparently. So here's what Juneau did, which was really clever. They put a Housing First project out in a place that was close to the hospitals and was close to the bus line for those people who could operate the bus, and was close to certain facilities that they thought, but they weren't in public neighborhoods. I think they understood their error earlier on, and because it was right downtown. Juneau is so much like Anchorage. It has vibrant tourist stuff. We have vibrant tourist stuff. They had so many things that needed to happen, but they didn't make this mistake. I want to talk about this mistake right here. You want to put them someplace? Agreed. I've spent most of my adult life doing this work. The right people need to be at the right place. What you're proposing here is not the right place. We've just fixed this problem someplace else. Don't replicate the problem.
So I think I got it. The facilities and the roles they would do is not the issue. You just don't like the particular location, or you feel that those are inappropriate.
I don't know enough so I do know the plan. I know the anchored home plan, and I think that there is, One of the lessons I learned in Juneau was getting on board with just giving the same cast of characters a little bit more money, just sort of dragged out a lot of the misery. One of the things that I learned, one of the most important lessons I learned from United Way was, let's not make people's lives just slightly less miserable. Let's actually fix them. And so if you listen to what Mr. Begich is talking about, Visa intervening correctly on some people via like criminal sanctions for some, but not for others, the vast majority of people that we're talking about aren't going to necessarily need criminal intervention. They're going to need mental health intervention, or they might need just straight housing, but it's doing the right thing in the right place. I don't know enough about your plan. I know the Anchored Home Plan is not working, right? Like, I mean, and this is probably the bigger issue that I think I would say to you is that I went to Juneau behaving exactly like we behaved here, and it was only after I had this sort of wherewithal to notice in myself, oh my God, you've been doing social service type work for about 25 years. What if we've been doing it wrong? What if we've been asking the wrong questions? What if we're trying just to solve the homeless issue? Well, if you're trying to solve just the homeless issue and you think it could be just figured out with lots more money, send more money to the same people doing the same thing, you will likely fail. You're trying to solve a Ferrari-less issue. This whole room has a Ferrari-less issue, and you could buy everybody in this room a Ferrari, but will you have solved an issue that you really want to solve, which may have been public transport?
I have another question for you, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I would just like to invite you. I'd love to talk with you offline. I work for United Way as well, and I was involved 20 years ago in the development of a homeless plan. And what you're describing is precisely what we're planning on doing. So that's the thing that's so challenging, is that what you're... Right. So I haven't spoken much, so I just wanted to say I'd love to share with you the real specifics around it, and I think later on in the meeting, hopefully we'll get to some of that.
That'd be great.
But I think especially I would love to make sure that you have that information so that you have the full picture in terms of what the plan is.
That'd be great.
I'd love to be able to speak with you offline, and I can give you my phone number. So,
Meg Zalatel and Jamie Allard, I've been talking to them extensively about this. They've been amazingly involved, both of these two women. They're doing tremendous work. This is a very neighborhood-centric thing. I would say to you that I'd love to talk to you again in 5 years and make sure that we weren't having this conversation still. That would be great.
Mr. Chair, if I can follow up. Again, I've lived in Alaska my entire life, and I've been involved in this for a long, long time. So I fully agree with a lot of what you're saying in terms of we're not making the kind of progress that we need.
Right.
But I just want to make sure you have all of the information. So I just
appreciate
want to make
that.
Sure
they want more information too, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that loud and clear. I hope you guys are as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So we're going to switch to the phones. So first we have Reverend Jacob Poindexter. Next, we have Barry. And last, we have Linda Starr. Hi, Ms. Starr, this is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for items AO number 2020-58 and 66. Would you like to testify on one or both of those items?
Both of them, please. I need to turn down the TV. Hold on.
Yes, it does help if you have the TV on mute. I have your timer, and go ahead. Welcome.
Okay, so it's been a very interesting discussion. I'm not a professional. I'm not a subject matter expert or any of those things. I've just been living here in Anchorage for about 50 years. And I just want to say that the face of homelessness is not one face. You have all kinds of people among the homeless, and we cannot provide just one solution. There's no one size fits all. It seems you're pretty determined that you want to go forward with these 4 properties, and I'm hoping that you can reconsider and do what some of the others, like Mr. D'Amato and Mr. Begich and some of the people from yesterday have said, and pull in some of the people who are subject matter experts and have a wider discussion about how do we find a comprehensive solution to this problem. We already have what Mr. D'Amato was speaking about. We already have something here in Anchorage, the Community Service Patrol, that does go around and pick up people on the sidewalks and take them to a place to dry off. That's just like one little tiny piece of something that maybe needs to be expanded because they need someplace more to go than just a place to dry off. The city and the state have created a huge problem, in my view, by the way that this has all just been kind of pushed aside for so many years. Part of the problem a couple years ago was that the state cut the funding to the prosecutor's office, and suddenly the state was only going to prosecute cases if they were felonies. And we suddenly had an increase in what Mr. Begich was saying about some people being criminals and needing to go to jail, even for a misdemeanor. That's true, but you have to fully fund the prosecutor's office and the defender's office, because another part of the problem is that the defender's office seems to be just in place to make people go quietly to jail. And so people are not really getting a true defense. And so we need to look at not just the homeless issue, but also the social justice issue. And we need to look at some people are mentally ill, and some people are disabled, and some people are criminals, and some people are just families who fell through the cracks somewhere. They just lost their home, and we need a place for them to stay, to transition to something better. And probably there are more categories than that. People who are the subject matter experts, who are the social workers, and know how to help these people, we need to have enough of them on staff to do it. And so I'm not sure that just buying buildings with this money is the right thing. I think we need like a program funded with this money for at least a year or two into the future. And regarding the properties over by the property of the Golden Lion, maybe a compromise, if you just are dead set on buying that property, maybe a compromise for that property would be that no drug addicts and no drug programs could be in that building. No sex offenders and no criminals could be in that building. It would be just for transitioning families, just families with kids who just need a place to stay for a few months until they can get back on their feet. And possibly the community might be able to accept that a little better. But I think it just needs to be discussed a bit more. And I understand that there's a rush to use this money because of the source of it and because of a need for it to be allocated within a certain time frame. That solution. That's all I wanted to say. Oh no, there's more that I wanted to say. My employer wanted me to say something about the city of Anchorage has been adding to the problem of the homelessness. I work for a company that rents apartments, and we have low-income families come in and rent the apartments, And some of them have mental illness, some of them have I don't know what problems, but they will call the police and make 911 calls. And then instead of billing the tenants, the city will bill the landowner and make the landowner try to control these adults who have free will and free agency and are not under their control. And somehow the landowner is supposed to control them or have to pay really huge fines. And something needs to be looked at about that too, because there's something just not right in that. You know, you cannot penalize one person for the actions of a totally different person that they are not in control of. And so does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. So we're going to go back to in-person testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Kirk Curry, 45-year resident of Alaska, 23 years in Anchorage, 22 years in Eagle River. And
sorry to interrupt. Are you testifying on
both,
one or both? Thanks.
Both. My talk will be largely well, first of all, I'm extremely humbled by the speakers that I have followed. Last night and tonight, the experience, the knowledge of history, the education that I got in this chamber from the speakers, pro and con before me, is humbling to follow these people. I would like to have the energy of Mr. Lithia. I'd like to get that attention, and I think that the attention that has been by you folks maybe has not been spread up on all the speakers. I hope it has. My talk will be largely to get due process on these two ordinances. The information on these ordinances is and has been very short-termed, limited, and guarded. The plan, if this has been planned for a year, where is this proposed written plan? Why has it not been shared with the stakeholders? This is a very short-term, short-sighted delivery to your people, the constituents that you represent. I don't believe it's been a good due process. I know it's been a horrible due process. I've listened to people talk about it. As I have read it and hear it last night and tonight, the municipality of Anchorage, the mayor, his administration, members of the Mental Health Authority and the Assembly have basically secretly and steadfastly pursued contracts to purchase properties in the name of treatment facilities and shelters. I understand that these purchases may be and are at higher than market value. Are you, the Assembly, ready to make that decision? We are going to buy this with or without your complete and transparent information delivered to we the people, and without the process and without the review of the Planning and Zoning Board. You are the check and the balance of the executive branch. I challenge you, this is your job to check. You work for us. This is a citywide issue and a statewide issue. Thank you, Mr. Begich. But right now we're dealing with the city. Are you making the correct fiduciary decisions for the taxpayer? Show me a plan with cost analysis. Show me, us, how you measure success. And share it with us as stakeholders. How do you measure that? There's been several speakers before me that talked about cost analysis. But I think the measure of success is the percentage of the people that we turn in and out of these facilities that we are planned. Are you ready to tell the Anchorage taxpayers, beware, this will be a further burden of taxation issues indefinitely on your residential properties, on their business properties. Taxes that have, on the businesses that have quadrupled in the last few years. We all know that once you give it, you cannot take it away. We're in it for the long run. This will be with us forever. We have yet to see the budget for all this. Yet you are willing to go forward and make a decision for all of us for an unplanned, unvetted proposition. Are you sure that the mayor and the administration is not making a bad decision? If you know perfectly well, it is your job to pause on this until you have engineers and experts and others. You have the financial acumen, the responsibility, and the access to these things. Do not handle these hard decisions on half information, half findings. Please reconcile this with full transparency. Have a process, a forum. Use these professionals that have come before me, that have come forward, the medical professionals, the construction professionals, the real estate professionals, people with history on this, the people that, the recovered alcoholic that was pleading to you last night, the reverends, the businessmen. Use these people in a forum, share their plan, which I have not seen, the written plan. Where is it? Has the city looked at all options? How about privatization? It has been my experience that private enterprise is held to a much higher standard than government and can be paid on the basis of performance. I could go on that one in private business, but I understand that and want a clear answer. Is this city engaged in negotiations for the purchase that I have not heard about? And I'd like to know, are you in the process of purchasing the Northway Mall? I heard from good sources that this is in process. Maybe that's a property that needs to be looked at for a very attractive price. Large property, anyways, I'll let you answer that. Further, amongst many other proper, reasonable choices that mentioned last night, the Siri Cook Inlet Housing Turner Treatment Facility in Eklutun, I'm not sure it has been mentioned. What about the vacant Turner facility that they vacated in Anchorage?
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but your time is up.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Adam Walters. It's W-A-L-T-E-R-S. And I'm going to speak in support of AO 2020-66 only. And I want to commend the Muni. Actually, first I want to thank each of you for your service on the Assembly. I have only been here tonight, and this has been awful for me. So you have my sympathies for having to sit through this, and also to the Muni staff. Yesterday was a beautiful night, and tonight was another beautiful night, and you have been here. I want to commend the Muni on offering a solution and taking action for a change. I think that homelessness, people experiencing homelessness, and addressing the very intertwined issue of substance abuse in the community, to me, is the most important issue in Anchorage. And it has been far too long that it doesn't seem like anything is really happening. Tweaks are made, but where is the big change that we've been waiting for? I am a resident of the area that's sometimes called Spenardigan. I call it Turnard. And I have seen everything that has been raised tonight, more or less. And if I haven't seen it in my daily life, then I've certainly seen it in my career. I am a state-employed public defender. So that means that I handle felony and misdemeanor cases, the majority of which are property crimes or assaults. I have seen or heard almost everything that has been raised so far. The existing system that we have in Anchorage, in Alaska, and the practices that we've been relying on have been broken for a long time. I think that that is a common theme that we've heard tonight, and most of us have probably lived that experience. I think, without question, the system has demonstrably failed from what you've heard from folks and what you've lived and what we've seen and heard in the news, and from the experiences that I'm sure that you've heard from individuals who've lived the issues that we're all discussing here and now. I know that folks are overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed with what we've gone through, especially for the last half decade with these issues. The property crime, I've experienced it, and I know people have experienced it. I've been on the trails, and one thing that hasn't come up is I've worked downtown. I watched the tourists, when we used to have tourists, reacting to all the panhandling and all the engagement they're getting with on the streets of downtown with individuals experiencing homelessness. And I have seen repeatedly people recoil, and I think, well, there's the selling point for Anchorage and Alaska right there. We need alternatives, and we cannot expect all of these individuals to dig themselves out of their situation. We know that they can't do that alone, and they need assistance. We have got to prioritize on providing them with something. These folks that we've heard tonight, many of them are ill, a variety of illnesses. Almost all of them are traumatized for a variety of reasons, and we know this, and many of them are defeated. If I may quickly, I would just ask that you act now. Yesterday was too late on this issue. This is a community problem, it's a community pain, and we need a community solution. And on the money point, I would just suggest all that
Sorry
money
to interrupt,
coming in.
but your time is up, but I do have a question from Mr. Constant.
What's your perspective on the money?
My perspective on the money is it's a lot of money. The economy could use a nice shot, and this sounds like an excellent shot into the economy that will put people to work for a while.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Joshua Love. I want to maybe step back and just take a different perspective on the issue.
And sorry to interrupt.
I'm going to be talking about 2020-66.
Go ahead. Thanks.
I moved to Anchorage when I was 20 years old. I'd never had a legal drink in my life. I now own a yoga studio on 36 and Arctic and an indoor cycle studio. Prior to COVID, ran a beautiful company. We had 63 employees. And what I've experienced since the hunker down is really, it's been terrifying. It's been terrifying to see the light go out in the city. I think it was maybe 95 or 96, but it was like City of Lights. And at the time, everybody was going to turn on Christmas lights all through the winter, bring light and energy when we're missing that vitamin D. And we need that. We need to feel alive and have purpose. When I adjust my aperture and I look at what is happening to our city, it feels like we are sick. There is disease due to all of the issues that have been spoken with tonight. But on my way over here tonight, I couldn't help but find it sublime that you guys were passing approval for another medical dispensary or another funding or approval to create substances that obscure our ability to find our purpose in life. What are we really here to do? And what does it mean to be a human? And this idea that we have put you in this position as assembly members to help others is a false narrative. You're here to do the books and the bookkeeping and to take care of our resources as people. It's our job to help each other. We are the ones that live in the community. I can help my brother and sister. Since moving here in '95, I've worked for Booth Memorial Home. I've worked for Volunteers of America. I've worked for Alaska Children's Services. I've worked for the Pathway Home. I worked at the Urgent Care Center at the hospital. I care about people. I have a big heart, and I was passionate when I was young, and I wanted to do something. But this isn't a nail that you can just put a hammer to. You can't fix it with money. They asked the Dalai Lama, what can you do? My child won't stop eating sugar. He said, give me 30 days and I'll come back and let you know. But I want to see if I can do it first. You can't go through this city without passing medical dispensary, alcohol store, cheap food, drive-through food, junk food. Everything in this community is killing us. It's turning the light out on the people, and we're standing back and saying, well, this group of people, they're addicts. They're unhealthy. They need our help.
Thank you, sir. Your
Can
time
we
is
help
up.
ourselves? Can we take care of our own health first?
Thank you for your testimony,
and then
sir.
offer our experience, strength, and hope to others? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch back to the phones. So first we have Miss Bessie Odom. Next, we're going to go to Reverend Jacob Poindexter has communicated that he is available. So we'll go back to Reverend Poindexter.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just a point, I just want to make sure we're communicating our time as well, just to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Yes, absolutely. After we're done with phone, before we go back to in-person, we will do the motion, I'm sure, to extend or not. Hi, Reverend Poindexter. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for items AO number 2020-58 and 66. Will you be testifying on one or both items?
Primarily just on 66.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set your timer for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Reverend Jacob Poindexter. Thanks for the Assembly for 2 long nights and listening to people. I am the pastor at First Congregational Church of Anchorage, which is located on Northern Lights. I'm also a member of the Alaska Poor People's Campaign and a board member of the Interfaith Council of Anchorage. And I'm speaking in support of AO 2020-66, the shift beyond emergency shelters and abatement practices without enough viable housing and treatment alternatives has been needed in Anchorage for years. The harmful and frustrating cycle of camp abatements and shelters cannot continue as it is, and it is honestly a shameful treatment of our most vulnerable neighbors. Ultimately, most of us would agree that affordable, available, and supported housing is the goal. The problem currently is that people who are in housing crisis, which almost always includes other forms of crisis, whether that be trauma, food insecurity, substance abuse and recovery, or dealing with very basic problems of today, where to sleep, what to eat, how to be safe, and things as basic as maintaining personal items and documents needed to move forward. And it's not reasonable for me or any of us to expect someone dealing with these layered difficulties to solve all of them on their own while still in immediate crisis and shuffle between the same shelter and abatement process. This ordinance is a move, I think, in the correct direction to provide more robust and holistic support and access to services in multiple locations around the city where people are. And it is long overdue. This is a unique opportunity and a plan that has been underfunded and purposely defunded for decades by both state and municipal administrations. It is beyond time to move down a better path of community responsibility for one another. Our unhoused neighbors need action now. People are suffering and people are dying unnecessarily now. And if people don't think this plan will be good enough, then we need to step in, make sure that it becomes something that we can be proud of, and hold the administration accountable to do what they say they will do. Now, I fully expect that we as a community will have to do our part alongside the municipalities. That includes ideas from people who are currently opposed to this particular ordinance. We will not succeed without the new and ongoing organizing of our communities and neighborhoods. Not just with handouts and benevolence that make us feel better about ourselves, and certainly not by dehumanizing beloved children of God by our words and inaction as somehow not worth every ounce of care we can gather and then some. We are all inexorably linked together as human beings, and that includes every person who sleeps and lives in our city without adequate shelter. There can be no peace in our city until we begin the real work of creating it, continue the real work of creating it, not hoping that the tension we feel will just go away. I urge you all to vote.
I have a
yes.
question for you. Apologies. Your time is up. Mr. Constant?
Actually, no, this is not a question. Mr. Poindexter, I just wanted to say thank you for helping to organize some people to testify and being here yourself.
Nope. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Jasmine Boyle. Hi, Ms. Boyle. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for items AO number 2020-58 and 66. Will you be testifying on one or both items?
Both, please.
Okay. I have set your time. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Jasmine Boyle, and I work with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. As you've heard numerous times in the last 2 evenings, in 2008, we authored and launched Anchored Home, the community plan to solve homelessness. Our desire with that work was to recognize that homelessness is a community problem, and it impacts all of us, housed and unhoused. Regardless of your personal motivation, be it the safety of employees in your storefront, your property values, your children's safety in your yard, or your concern for your neighbor, and I am definitely hearing from our community that more often than not, it's a combination of those things, all of us benefit by ending homelessness. And it's the same solutions that end homelessness that help all of us as community members. There are 8,000 people, close to 8,000 unique people that we served in our homeless response system in Anchorage in 2019. And those numbers are not wildly different than 2018. We know that that number is low. We know that we're missing some key data. So there's likely even more people who are experiencing homelessness in our community year over year. That 8,000 people group includes elders, families with children, youth, veterans. And I think it's really important to point out when I hear the frustration, concern, lack of feeling safe from our community members, that at the height of the summer in 2019, Anchorage Police Department reported 250 people outside. So when we talk about addressing homelessness and the realistic concerns I'm hearing from the community, we have to separate the 250 or so people who are outside from the thousands of people that are coming into our system and getting help. Even if that 250 number is a low ball, even if that number is 1,000, I will still say to you all that the vast majority of people who come to us for services get services and do not cause community disruption. When we launched Anchored Home, I made it a personal commitment to talk to the public because I am sincere in my belief that we solve this problem together. We spoke as a team, and I personally was present in conversations with 2,000 community members in Anchorage over that 6-month period. The number one thing I heard from housed community members was a desire to get folks off the streets for a variety of reasons and to end homelessness, particularly unsheltered homelessness. The community also was adamant that we distribute services across Anchorage and that we do not continue to focus services in the downtown area. Housing is the start and the end to solving homelessness, even for the complex cases. And housing is 1/3 of the cost of putting people in corrections. So as a fiscally minded person, I like to consider that the most cost-effective alternative or solution to this problem is also what feels morally right for our vulnerable community members. This conversation is about purchasing 4 buildings. As we've heard from numerous accounts, one of those buildings would be a treatment center that would be open to all people in the community who need that kind of treatment. I am not a substance abuse or misuse specialist, so I will not provide any additional expertise in that space. But I do want to talk about the 2 housing buildings that we're speaking of and the 1 shelter. I can share from my own firsthand experience, a well-run housing program will look like any other rental property in your community. In fact, as a neighbor to Airbnbs, Oftentimes, a well-run housing project could be less disruptive in a neighborhood than an Airbnb that has high turnover. A well-run housing program can house families, domestic violence victims, human trafficking survivors, elders, disabled people. We don't need to place the 250 most complex individuals in the housing units that we are talking about tonight. In fact, in Anchorage, the city has been investing, as well as the state, in a different program called Home for Good, whose specific mission is to house those 250 complex individuals. So I will say, a good housing program can be a good neighbor, and I myself have run those programs in other communities and helped to statistically and through data with the police department reduce violence and crime in a community by having good stewardship and being a good neighbor. I will also say that while I absolutely feel and hear the community's concern about shelters, particularly when I hear the concerns from folks like the Oliva family and the many community members that have shared with me personally their feelings of and reality of being unsafe near some of our low barrier shelters, we also need to recognize that here in Anchorage, we have Clare House, we have the Salvation Army Family Shelter, we have Awake's Domestic Violence Shelter, and many other programs that have zero community concern that has ever been brought to my attention. I'm sure that there have been moments where people have been displeased, but I do not hear that narrative and have not heard that narrative in several years. People
Point
in
of order.
2008...
Move to extend the meeting to midnight.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to pause your time, Ms. Boyle. Sorry, I was going to do this after you were done, but I guess some
Clock
folks
was
are
moving
really want to do it
fast.
now. There was a motion and a second to extend the meeting to midnight. This is a motion that requires a supermajority, so that is 8 votes in favor. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson. Ms. Kennedy?
Oh, she's
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
That motion passes 9-1. So I'm going to go ahead and continue your time, Ms. Boyle, and just for the record, you have about 19 seconds left.
Well, then let me skip to, I think, what's really critical for me in this conversation. I'm worried about COVID. I'm worried about a significant increase in homelessness in our community due to COVID. And I'm not talking about the folks that make people feel unsafe, that might be unsafe. I'm talking about hardworking people that you and I are neighbors with who are going to fall into homelessness because of COVID. I have 1,000 people on a housing wait list today. I do not have capacity to care for those people in our existing system. And I am very fearful.
My apologies,
as
Ms. Boyle,
Go
but
ahead.
your time is up, but I do have a question for you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Boyle, so you were talking about the people who might fall into homelessness. Would they be served by these facilities, or is it more of a broader systemic challenge that you're envisioning?
I do not believe that those decisions have been made yet as to who will be served in each of these locations. But what I will tell you is, when we are speaking about high acuity individuals, that might not necessarily be the right fit for these neighborhoods. We will definitely have the need to serve, as I mentioned, families, working couples, young people, veterans, elders, because those are the people who economic impacts of COVID are going to hit with new homelessness, who never expected to be in those circumstances. So while I appreciate the concern about a lack of a fully fledged plan, I do think we need to recognize that we are in an economic and health emergency, and we must shore up our system to care for these people who are going to be hitting us, as the media has dubbed this the eviction tsunami. We cannot ignore that part of this conversation.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Boyle, you had the opportunity to present at the Committee on Homelessness today. Could you just summarize quickly the gap we have for unsheltered homelessness for adults in Anchorage? How many we're looking at?
We have approximately 63% of our existing demand is adults. And we're talking about, I don't have the data in front of me at this moment, but we are talking about at least 2,000 adults at any given moment who need housing. And I'm not considering the family units, the veterans, and the other groups I talked about. But again, not all of those are the people that we are seeing who are unsheltered. Many of those are working people who unfortunately can't afford the incredibly expensive housing in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go ahead and go back to in-person testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Josh Schultz, SCHULTZ. I'll be speaking on both.
All right.
I grew up in Eagle River. My family came up here from Iowa, Arkansas area for a job at $10 an hour. No job. I grew up in a trailer park in Eagle River. If people know the Shell and A&W station there used to be a trailer park above it. So not all of us are privileged that are speaking on this. Some of us came from roots that weren't so privileged. I remember growing up with my mom with a calculator in the grocery store, knowing what we can get and what we can't get. I also grew up with my parents having separate jobs and having to trade us in the middle of a drive. So yes, I grew up having to fight and figure out where I want to be in my life. I live in Anchorage now off Cordova, next to the Alaska Center that's going to be changed over. I am worried. I had to put cameras up. I had to get a new secured entrance in my condo. I have watched a mom, a father, some strange guy cooking meth or some other drug in the car next to a toddler in a child seat and then shooting up. That video was sent to child endangerment, was sent to the police. Child endangerment forgot I called. Homelessness and drug issue is a big problem, and it is getting bigger where I live. I recently this year had vagrants or homeless, since I don't want to be politically incorrect on that, live behind my house in a wooded area, which, if anyone knows about Providence and knows about the CARES facility, which is a facility that I actually came here, I think about a year ago or so, and actually spoke for. I think I was the only person here besides Providence. It is a facility for children that are abused to help them move forward in life. And now we're putting a homeless shelter next to a facility to help children. I have a problem with that. But the biggest problem I have is I didn't know about this till I got a yellow slip in the mail. And when I got that yellow slip, honestly, I was pissed because I got it Friday. I was like, you guys didn't send it earlier. I found out it was never sent by you guys. It was sent by this lady right here off her own PFD money to send it. That's the only reason why I'm actually here to speak on behalf of where I live and where I struggled to get to and to maintain. In my building, we had to get a new secured entrance because we started finding homeless people in our secured entrance, hiding under the stairs. I have a girlfriend. I don't want her to come home when I'm not there, and what am I supposed to do? I can't do anything. She's in the stairwell. If they grab her in there, she's not in the house. They stopped her from her phone, everything. So this is a problem, and we need steps for security I am for helping the homeless. I am for helping the people that have mental or drug issues. But we need a plan to also secure everyone else. We are all human. We all bleed red. Doesn't matter who you are. You all bleed the same. But again, at the end of the day, wherever someone made it in life, you kind of want to hold on to, and you want to make sure you're safe. Yes, if I become homeless, I hope you guys would do the same and treat me how I treat others. If I rob or do something else, I expect to go to jail. But if I try and move forward, I expect you guys to help me. And I applaud you for trying to do this, but stopping zoning commissioning without anything and not telling really people, like, I'm confused. from testimony from people for this, they all said we had a plan, and there's been a plan. I just found out about this plan Friday, and I don't even know what it is. All I know is there's a concrete building with no windows, which good luck doing for fire zoning if it is for 125 beds, because you're going to have to cut holes in there. And then what, are you going to put new receptacles so they don't start sticking forks in it or destroying them? Because I know in Muldoon, they built a low-income housing to help people get off the street, but it was done a different way. And I just want to make sure we are moving the right way, and I don't want to hurt our community. We already have some detriments where I live. We have a strip club. We have a bar. Again, whatever people said, we have one of the largest alcohol stores. We have some good things. Providence Cares, that is an amazing thing. They got kicked out of, I think it's 3rd or 4th Ave, sadly. That's why I was happy to speak that they got there. And they have a beautiful facility. We also have right next to it is a TCC, Care Center. And then a little bit farther down the street, they have the Salvation Army. So there are some good things in the community, there's some bad things in that community. How much more can we force on a community before it really starts to dive down? And it is. I have large cameras that follow people. You can tell which people are not doing the right thing. Where I live is 46th. There's actually a school bus stop there. Elementary, middle school, high school, all get picked up in that location. One winter, we had a red truck move in. I have it on camera. Lady would come out in the front when the kids were getting in the bus. She would squat and she would defecate and urinate right in front of the car facing the kids getting on the bus. At the same time, the male would go in the back and urinate. We need more security and direction before we can house them.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brooke Sillers. I am a resident of Rogers Park, and I was born and raised here in Alaska. I moved away for 20 years to Seattle.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you testifying on one or both?
Oh, I'm sorry, both of them, please.
Thanks.
I moved away for 20 years to Seattle, and I came back a little less than 5 years ago. So what I witnessed in Seattle and the 20 years that I lived there was about 10 years before I moved. The homeless problem started getting worse and worse, and we started every year, we'd throw more and more money at it. And the issue is that we never had a way to compel the perpetrators or the homeless people who were causing a lot of the problems, whether it was theft, dirtiness, camping in public spaces and private spaces for that matter. We never used any methods to compel them into treatment, into jail for that matter. We allowed it to continue, and I don't know if any of you have been visiting Seattle on an intermittent basis over the last 5 or 10 years, but the homeless problem, the shooting up in the streets, the defecating in the streets, it has gotten immensely worse each year. So when I see a proposition such as this, then I am wary that we would just be throwing more money at this without a clear plan like we've talked about. And I know most of you have said, no, we have a clear plan that we've been working on. But I'm not sure that we do have a clear plan to compel these people to go into housing, particularly the unsheltered homeless that we see every day on the streets causing problems. So, like I said, I'm a homeowner in Rogers Park. I moved in about 5 years ago. The back of my property has been set on fire twice. The first time I lost about 8,000 square feet of woods. The second time I lost about 12,000 square feet of woods just last year. The fire department has purchased new equipment so that they can access the trail behind the Chester Creek Greenbelt to protect the houses that back up to that. So that certainly costs our city a lot of money, but I'm grateful that we have it because it protects my property for sure. My husband and my children and I have cleaned up numerous camps on the back of our property, which as a private homeowner, if they camp on my property and leave things there I am responsible for cleaning up, so we had to get permission from you this year to bring a dumpster down. We paid for the dumpster to be there. We loaded it for 2 days. We took it away full. And while I'm thankful that you allowed us access back there, we cleaned up hundreds of needles, numerous 5-gallon buckets of poop. I can't even begin to tell you how many other just pieces of junk and crap we cleaned up for days on end. And this is an ongoing process that we do basically on a weekly basis. My husband knows many of these people by name, and here's where we get to the problem. He knows many of them, he checks on them even. In the winter, we did not kick them out, but he tries to take them to homeless shelters. Boki and Sullivan were right next door to us. He has offered to drive them to the Brother Francis shelter. They don't want to go. They cite that they don't want the curfew, they don't want to get rid of their knives or their weapons, they can't drink or they can't take drugs. They have numerous reasons why they don't want to access the help that is provided already in the city. So I'm really wary that this is going to work. So anyway, and one final thing also is that this city has a rigorous review and planning process that you all ordinarily support. So it flies in the face of all common sense that all of a sudden you would decide that we would just throw it out the window. I don't know, it seems inexcusable. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Mr. Weddleton.
Certainly.
Is your husband here?
He's not right now. He's with our children.
He's done a really nice job keeping us apprised of the work that he's doing
Yeah,
there,
he
and I want to thank you for it.
emails you a lot.
He's like community neighborhood champions, and it's really tremendous what you've been doing. And I'm sorry what you've been going through, but you've been dealing with it in an amazingly positive way.
We have, and I think a number of people who have been on the opposition tonight have been accused of not being empathetic to the homeless, have been accused of even being, I think, hateful was a comment that was made earlier tonight. And I think we all understand that there is a serious homeless problem in the city, and we want to be a part of the solution. But I agree that this is something that I want to help solve as a neighborhood or as a neighbor. But I don't want to spend $22 million buying properties and going down a road that seems like it is failed in the past. And I just have severe doubts that you'll be able to force these people into treatment or even housing. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Karen McGowan, and I live in the Heather Meadows subdivision. And I've been there over 40-some years, and I love that neighborhood.
And, sorry, are you going to be speaking to one or both items?
Yeah.
Are you going to be speaking to one or both? Okay, thanks.
So I would like to put this question to you all. Would you like one of these homeless shelters in your neighborhood? I'm not against the homeless. I like helping people. But some of these people do not want to be helped. And I feel here that you are using this situation to to further your need. I feel that we are using this pandemic for your advantage to push these homeless shelters into our neighborhoods. So we wasn't notified about this situation that's taking place in our neighborhood. Like I said, my neighbor right here printed those cards and had them mailed with our own money. So I don't think y'all have been truthful to us. So how can we trust you if when you do things like this? We can't trust you. We can't put our trust in this. So you asking us to believe you're going to do the right thing when these homeless shelters come in our neighborhood. I doubt you will, because, you know, you should have been upfront with us from the beginning. And I was taught coming up that you give people everything, and they never having to work for it. You're not helping them. You're just pushing them further down. You're not helping them at all. You know, so they have to work. I worked for what I got. I came from the country and I worked. I know what work is all about. But most of these people, I'm not saying all of them, some are in a situation because of the economy. But most of them are there because they choose to be there. And how can you help somebody that don't want to help themselves? Tell me. You want to put all this money into these people that don't want to do nothing but lay around, get drunk, and go do other things, you know, that's not, don't need to be seen on the street. So, I don't know, I don't understand how y'all can come to this decision of putting these shelter and all these, you're just spreading out the problem. You're just making Anchorage look like a dump. That's what you're looking, that's what you're doing. Because everywhere you look, there's litter. I've never seen this town looking like it is right now. It's a shame. It's a shame. So, you want to help? Find another way to help them. I don't think this is going to solve the problem. If they don't want it, they're not going to take it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to switch to the phones. Next, we have Miss Diane Kaplan. Hi, Ms. Kaplan. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for items AO number 2020-58 and 66. Do you intend to testify on one or both items? Okay. And yeah, if we could raise that volume, that'd be great. I have set your timer. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the members of the Assembly for their service and for taking the time to thoroughly vet what is under discussion today. My name is Diane Kaplan. I'm a member of the Anchorage Homeless Leadership Council and president and CEO of Rasmussen Foundation. I'm a 36-year resident of Anchorage. Thank you to the mayor and to the Assembly for elevating the discussion about our city's quality of life, the increasing concern of Anchorage residents with visible homelessness, and the need to expand services and opportunities for people in poverty and those suffering from addiction. In most cases, Rasmussen Foundation is prohibited from commenting on pending legislation or ordinances. However, the IRS provides an exemption allowing us to defend ourselves if it's legislation that affects our business directly, or if we are testifying on a subject where we are a co-funder alongside government. My comments today are presented as allowed as a co-funder of services for Alaskans who experience addiction and homelessness. Rasmussen Foundation's Board of Directors, and we are a private family foundation, committed a minimum of $10 million over 4 years to bring the number of homeless people in Anchorage to effective zero, meaning every person who wants to be housed will have a roof over their head. We provide staffing support for the Homeless Leadership Council. We support rapid rehousing for families and individuals. We support housing for teenagers. We provide support for caseworkers at the Sullivan and Ben Boeke. We provide support to the Anchorage Coalition on Homelessness and data systems. And we also support homelessness services throughout all of Alaska. We also are founder and partner in Recover Alaska, a statewide effort to reduce the harm caused by the excessive use of alcohol among Alaskans. While supporting both ordinances, I want to focus my comments on the Golden Lion because I feel there's a lack of clarity on the proposed use of that facility, which has ignited a great deal of concern among residents in the area of the hotel. Alaska has a well-documented epidemic of alcohol addiction. Alcohol addiction is an equal opportunity health condition. It affects people of all races, ages, and income levels. I would bet that no one listening right now does not have a parent, a sibling, a child, a friend, an employee, or a colleague who has suffered with alcohol addiction. Let's be clear. The Golden Lion is not proposed to be a homeless shelter, transitional housing, or anything but alcohol treatment. We have successful alcohol treatment facilities all over Midtown Anchorage, and they have never caused a problem in their neighborhoods. Providence Breakthrough on Lake Otis and 36th, Aquila on Benson, South Central on Tudor, Salvation Army on Nichols. Most of the neighbors of these facilities probably don't even know they are there because they cause no nuisance whatsoever in their neighborhoods, and they've been there for decades. Alcohol treatment programs have very strict rules about behavior. They have very little, if any, foot traffic. They serve rich people and poor people. It could be your mother, your daughter, your friend, or mine who might be receiving services at the Golden Lion. It's time to stop stigmatizing alcoholics. Alcoholics are not dangerous. They usually work regular jobs, have families, pay taxes, but they have a sickness when it comes to alcohol. Let's not portray alcoholics as criminals, vagrants, and dangerous. It's just plain wrong. The Golden Lion can successfully house alcohol treatment for all Anchorage residents, not specifically for people who are homeless. Rasmussen Foundation pledges to make significant resources available to ensure that the proposed purchases make life better for Anchorage residents and that neighborhoods are preserved and improved. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Tiffany Hall. Hi, Ms. Hall. This is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony on AO number 2020-58 and 66. Would you like to testify on one or both items? Ms. Hall?
I lost you partway through. I'm following along.
So, Ms. Hall, are you going to be testifying on one or both items?
Just on one.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set your timer for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Tiffany Hall. I am the Executive Director of Recover Alaska. We work to reduce excessive alcohol use and harms across the state. We are a multi-sector collaboration. We work with many organizations and partners here in Anchorage as well as throughout the state. I support all of the buildings. Homelessness and substance use disorders are linked, and both can be related to adverse childhood experiences, trauma, and mental health disorders. And I want to separate residential treatment from homelessness services. I appreciate Ms. Kaplan's testimony directly before mine that really did a great job of that. While there is some crossover in the two populations being served, residential treatment facilities are not homelessness shelters. They each have their own set of clientele. Lots of people who need substance use disorder are housed. Lots of people who are experiencing homelessness don't have a substance use disorder. So I'm primarily talking about the Golden Lion building. I want to emphasize that this will be a healthcare facility. Substance use disorder is a chronic disease, and it needs health care. It is unacceptable that Alaskans are still needing to leave the state to find treatment or wait 6 weeks or more to get a bed here in our state. There are wait lists for residential treatment right now, but there's no wait list in the brain of a person seeking help. As a person in recovery from an alcohol use disorder, I can tell you that if help wasn't available to me when I wanted to quit drinking, I may have continued for many months or years or until it killed me. This is a matter of life and death. There is a well-known need for additional treatment in Anchorage, and one of the reasons that it's not being pursued every single day is because there's a lack of funding. And so this sudden influx of initial start money well, I don't really know the right word for it, but I would say it's a godsend. I mean, I know that it's from really disastrous, a pandemic, right? But we need it. We have needed it for many years. We will continue to need it. The creation of this one additional building still will not fill the need, but it will be so helpful. The state recently underwent a thorough process when applying for the 1115 waiver and identified many needs for residential treatment here in Anchorage, and there is plenty of documentation on that I'd be happy to share with you. This is also just one part of the solution, the Golden Lion as well as the other 3 buildings. I appreciate that in the rest of the work you're doing, you're looking into other solutions that go more upstream to address root causes, so we can also decrease the need for these shelters and the substance use treatment. But we need help for people today, and that's what these buildings are. So thank you so much for this work. Thank you for staying here so late this evening, and thanks for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Last on the phone, we have Mr. Richard Miller. Hi, Mr. Miller. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for items AO number 2020-58 and 66. Would you like to testify on one or both items?
I will testify on both, and allow me to turn down my sound so I don't get confused.
Sure, yeah.
Many of the thoughts that I have, my name is Richard Miller. I am a lifelong Alaskan and a 50-year resident of Anchorage, and I have lived in the Heather Meadows area for about 30 years. And I wish to address 3 issues in speaking to you tonight. The first is the abbreviated and opaque process that appears to have taken place with respect to the selection of and the move toward purchasing these buildings and making the zoning change. The second is the fiscal sustainability of this operation and what funding is available to do it, and also the appropriateness of using CARES funding for this particular purpose. And finally, I want to address community impact. So the reason, and many people have alluded to the first thing they knew of this, is when we got the card in the mail. And I have to say that I believe that the Assembly, and in particular our representatives in our district, owed a much more robust outreach to the people who are going to be affected in the neighborhoods that these facilities were going to be located. And I think that that is an error that occurred. And I think that if you communicate well, instead of, there's sort of the homeless industrial complex out there, and that has built these plans, but as these specific plans came together, the neighborhoods were not specifically informed and brought along. And that is what the largest reason you have faced the backlash on this. My background is as a certified public accountant in financial management. And I have a hard time when I look at this transaction, especially the the 2020-66 transaction that with the use of CARES money, on Friday, the Assembly will meet in a day-long work session to discuss the allocation and distribution of CARES money. And yet, tonight, the Assembly is considering, and the last 2 nights you were considering, allocation of somewhat just barely less than 10% of the CARES money that's due to the city. And as the executive director of the Anchorage Coalition and Homeless pointed out, we are facing an eviction tsunami and will be in the near future. And the question that I'm asking is this funding better suited toward meeting those kind of needs? And there's other needs that will be, and is it getting the kind of consideration that it deserves? And finally, I have not seen, and I've looked for some sort of detailed analysis with respect to the costs that have been, the appropriate costs that are being appropriated, the operational costs, the sustainability of the revenues to support those operational costs, especially considering the economic downturn that we are experiencing in this city and state at the moment. And finally, I really believe that when these types of, in turning to community impact, when a facility, especially an overnight sheltered facility, and unfortunately the city has a bad track record of policing the primary facility in our city to date, which has led us all to sort of, I don't want that to happen to me. Well, the city, what you need to do is share, this goes back to communication, what your plan is to prevent what happened on 3rd Avenue from happening on Tudor Road and in the Tudor neighborhoods. As many have pointed out, we already experience dealing with people with homelessness. I want to see people who experience homelessness receive services. I believe that to the extent that they wish to receive treatment for their addictions and mental health issues, which are at the root of their of what they experience, that to the extent they make those choices should be available to them. And I believe very strongly in supported housing and continuum of care that can allow them to achieve a better life. I don't see the way that this specific transaction meets that need. I believe that when you place these facilities in a neighborhood, there should be a...
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Miller, but your time is up. Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch back to in-person testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Both, please. Opposed to?
Sure.
I'm Dr. Ilona Farr. I'm a family practice doc here in Anchorage. I've lived in Anchorage since 1969. I represent my mother, who's 91 years old, who lives in a house right around the corner from me. I live in Geneva Woods, and my daughter is there also. So I am opposed to these because it is going to change the character of our neighborhood tremendously. As a physician, I'm required to live very close to the hospital so I can take care of patients. And there's many, many physicians in these neighborhoods that are going to be dramatically negatively impacted by this treatment center that is proposed there and all the homeless shelters. So I have grave concerns, and one of my major ones is safety. This Golden Line is right near one of the busiest intersections. Who is going to pay for the liability when someone exiting that treatment center gets hit by the car? Because that is many people have testified that is a very dangerous intersection. Who is going to reimburse the homeowners for all of the different things that we're going to have to do to try and protect our property, the fences, the grading on the windows. Most people who are in alcohol and drug treatment programs, a lot of them are court-ordered, and they have mental problems. I've worked with homeless. I have saved some of the lives of the homeless people that are downtown Anchorage right now. About 20 years ago, we decided to try and help someone that came down here from Kotzebue that was homeless. We brought him into our house, fed him, clothed him, gave him some work so he could earn some money and try and better himself. I washed his clothes. When he came in from helping in the backyard, he asked me where his cocaine was. I had not gone through his pockets. I had washed it, and I thought he was going to slug me. This gentleman, what his plan was, and he does it to this day, is he will actually commit a felony assault, and he has at least 31 to date in the fall time, so he can be in jail during the winter time, but he wants out in the summer so he can party, use drugs with his friends. He is not interested in changing. There's other people whose lives that I've saved that are doing the same thing. I have patients that I've tried to treat with alcoholism, and I've begged them to stop drinking because they were destroying their families and their lives. And no matter what I did, they continued on with the problem of alcoholism and are now institutionalized, and they're younger than I am. It's very difficult to treat these people, and many of them do not want treatment. And while I totally empathize, there's different groups of homeless, as many people have brought up today, some of whom really want help and need help, like the families that have lost jobs or lost homes, or elderly women that have lost homes. But there's also a great criminal element in this. And when I was getting ready for this presentation, there was a Nixle alert about someone that had escaped from Clathrow that was being hunted for by the police. And so, like I said, that just kind of reinforced the criminal element there. We already have problems in our neighborhood with homeless camping behind, and there's neighborhood cleanups every year. And who's going to pick up the needles and the feces on all the playgrounds? That's one of the jobs that my daughter, who was a school nurse for a while, had to do. And I'm concerned about the 3 elementary schools, the junior high, the university that's right near our house, and my business that's right around. I do not have regular hours. I am at the office frequently late at night taking care of patients, and I have concerns about my safety. Am I going to have to start packing every time before I go between my house and the office? I don't know, and those are answers. What about my insurance rates? Are they going to go up? Are my taxes going to go down? I don't know. The value of my house, it's designed to be a retirement house, and there were 100 of us that were seniors that met with 2 assembly members that begged the assembly not to do this and not to pass these ordinances. We're all concerned about the neighborhood, and we were essentially told that this was in the best interests of the city, and they were not representing us. And that made me very unhappy, and that's why I've spent 12 hours waiting to testify. I'm concerned about the legality of the COVID funds. I think these are being used illegally. I think there will be congressional investigations into this, and I have grave concerns about this. I think there's a lot better uses of these funds. I think it could be used for schooling and education of the kids that have gotten behind because of the problems because of COVID. We could fund the WWAMI program. There's been a lot of physicians that have been forced to close and retire prematurely because of COVID. There's a lot of small businesses that have also been forced to be closed, and there's people that need jobs. We could do vocational rehab programs. We could support the WWAMI program. We need pulmonologists desperately in this town. It's very difficult. I've been waiting 4 months to try and get a patient into one. There's all kinds of things that can be done. I'm also concerned about what I'm going to do, because if it does become a problem, am I going to be forced to close my business and to move? And what about my elderly mother? What's going to happen to her? Again, I think that this is going to have a tremendously negative impact on our community. I think that we need to look at what Juneau has done and what other things have have happened in our state and other communities throughout the nation and make a better plan than what this one is. And again, I'm very upset also about the rapidity of this process. I do not think that we were involved enough, and I think you guys need to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Orinda Biley, Oraindabeile. I am a newer Anchorage citizen of 10 years, and I'm originally from Fairbanks. I will be speaking on both ordinances. The first one, I sent 58 up to a planning, zoning person that I know in Fairbanks, and they looked at it and they went, wow, it's a wild, wild west down there. What are they doing? Just bypassing their own rules. This is great. And it brings a lot of concern with the fact that you have to ask why. Why these properties? Why now? Why this fast? Are there offers on them by other people that are making you rush this fast? Are they out the door tomorrow and we have no other properties to buy? I'm concerned with why you want to change this and how this will affect other properties down the road. I live in the Jewel Lake area, and recently, I say recently, 5 years ago or so, a bunch of low-income housing from the east side of town got dragged across town by tractor trailers, tore down power lines. The guy who did it paid the fees and the fines and said, sorry, I didn't tell you I was doing it, but I did it anyhow. And since then, we now have homeless camps in the Jewel Lake area. We have them invading people's homes in Sportsman Park. And it's scary because there's a lot of kids who walk to school in those areas, just like there's going to be lots of kids who walk to school on the backside of 36th, which is a busy intersection. Also worries me. I almost hit a homeless person who was drunk the other day driving down the road. I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. They fell into the road. Then that's my fault. We need help for these homeless people, and I feel for them, but they have to choose to be helped. They have to choose to want to be helped. I'm concerned with the fact that I see happy people for a living. That's what I do. I see happy people. I own a bridal shop. I see sparkly things. It's wonderful. I get to help people feel amazing about themselves. But what doesn't feel amazing is when I'm putting a bride in a dress and we walk out and there's a homeless guy looking in the window going, ooh. It's very disturbing. And do you think my bride feels comfortable buying from me when she has somebody looking in the windows at her? No. I have had to call Community Service Patrol because I have had drunk people passed out on the sidewalk of my business, and I've had them come into my store because what's across the street from my store? You want to guess? The biggest warehouse of liquor that just got bought by a native corporation. Brown Jug. Got bought by a native corporation, and those native people will sit there and they will yell at each other, hey, when you go in there, bring me back this. And they will wait. They come into my store when it's cold out because they want to watch for their friends, and I have to kick them out. Community Service Patrol won't come to my store and take them out if they're in my store. They'll only help them if they're outside. When I call the cops, they tell me, I'm sorry, I'm too busy. We can't come to you, and we can't get them out of your store. I'm a one-woman show. I have one person working my store, and when I'm not available, my 17-year-old daughter watches my store. She doesn't even feel comfortable being at my store and helping me now because she's had to have run-ins with these people. Directly across the street from my store is a school. Those kids are coming in and out because it's a home school, and those parents have to come all the time. It's scary for somebody who has a child who wants to work, but you know how many little businesses in that area have young people with their very first job working who would have no idea how to handle this situation? Is that the example that you guys want to set for them? Is that it's okay to just buy stuff, be the wild, wild west, pass whatever rules you want without the public's opinion? Because it's scary that you guys are doing that. I was given information about one of somebody else's, they didn't get to finish, so I want to finish with this. Will you have the strength to vote no to a bad business plan? Not to support the homeless and addicted residents of Anchorage, but to, in a way which was furthering this agenda, to help them make the right choices to be a better citizen, a contributing citizen, instead of taking away from the citizens that are trying to help. Will you vote no and try again with your constitutes to support using public process and develop the plan for these facilities that can be world-class, progressive, and even an example for others to follow? I did some research. Utah's 4 buildings that they bought, they're not near residents. They are downtown, but they're not near residential areas. And I even asked somebody who had gone to them. Not near residential areas, guys. Because honestly, I've heard sponsors and supporters of 66 among you tonight say that you are uncomfortable with the speed and the timing, that you need more discussion regarding the ordinances. This ordinance has been rushed, lacks much of the public process, lacks input from longstanding program administrators within the community, lacks a budget, a plan for successful operation for each property, and it addresses a longstanding problem that you've had time to do this the right way by the people of Anchorage, by giving us this information, and not throwing us under the bus as stupid individuals that don't care about our city, because you've had 2 days of listening to people tell you, we care about our city. We want you to be the right person. Vote no tonight. Vote no to giving this the right process and giving everybody the ability to have their say and to find the other ideas, because you could rate citizens that are homeless, and you could have this be a 4-star rated place where only people who have these kind of problems go there and make it safer. These are epidemic homeless people that are using the Tudor building because they're small families that are just trying to get from this point to that point. If you figure out a way to rate these people and rate these buildings that make it safer for those environments, maybe that's a step that you could look at on how to process with other buildings. But you really need to look at all the ability, not just instantly grab onto 4 and spend funds the wrong way.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
It's on. My name is Jenny Lonser. That's Lonser. I've lived in Geneva Woods for about 10 years, so I'm a lightweight. But we do live only about...
Apologies. Are you planning on testifying on one or both?
Both.
Okay, thanks.
We live about a block away from Golden Lion, and we pass it all the time as we go in and out. My mother is going to be 98 on Sunday, and she lives with me. Well, we've had a wonderful experience in our neighborhood, but we do not feel safe to walk in the streets. And when I take a walk, I take the dog along with me. A family friend is the one that let us know this was happening. And he had noticed something that Susan Downey had written in Must Read Alaska website. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known anything about this. And the thing that I'm a little concerned about is that there must be some hidden agenda because of the lack of transparency and the failure to follow appropriate communication and process protocols, which has destroyed, in many respects, your credibility for the people you serve. And I think that's an unfortunate situation. With the situation with Bimboki, and I'm not sure I'm even saying it right, and the San Francisco hotels that are being used, there's a lot of problems with vandalism. The other thing about Salt Lake City, the 4 centers, they're all about a mile away from residential areas. I really have appreciated the opportunity of listening to people who have come and made presentations. I appreciate the fact you've listened to them as well. And I know that all of us want something to be done that's really helpful, but we would feel much more secure if we really felt comfortable that it was going to be a success. I don't feel that way, and that's the impression I get from people that I've been listening to. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch over to the phones. Before we do that, we have about 9 minutes left until midnight. So just want to state for the record again, tomorrow at 6 p.m. we will be continuing the public testimony for this item. So if we don't get to you tonight, you'll have an opportunity tomorrow. I want to thank everyone who was able to stay So first, for the phones, we have Miss Kathy Gallagher. Hi, Ms. Gallagher. This is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for items AO number 2020-58 and 66. Will you be testifying on one or both of those items?
Both of those, please.
Okay, I have set your timer. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Speaker, I need to get to a quiet place in my house. Don't wake everybody up. First of all, thank you for being here these last 2 evenings and listening to us. And I'll be just a second while I get my notes up, if you'll bear with me. All righty. There you go. So, my name is Kathy Gallagher, and I am a lifelong Alaska resident. I'm a retired teacher, a business owner, and a mom. I do live up on the hillside, so I'm definitely not this is not a NIMBY situation for me. And all of you should know I am a super voter as well. So, when I decided to buy my new house, I looked at so many properties that my eyes were crossing. I did my research. I checked out each home to ensure it met my needs. I inspected it so I would know exactly what I was getting into. It had to meet my needs without major construction and massive amounts of funds. I don't feel that this has been done with the 4 properties that we are looking at. The cost of these properties will far exceed the $22 million in COVID funds once renovations begin and programs are started. I'm concerned with how we are going to maintain and upkeep these properties. Additionally, I have some concerns because from some of the letters and responses friends of mine have received from some of you on the Assembly, it appears that some of you have already made your minds up, and I do have concerns with that. I hope that all of you will keep an open mind and really listen to the people in the room tonight, last night, and on the phone this evening as well. Please read your emails carefully and consider what your constituents want. You are here to represent us. I do have some concerns with the word treatment center that are being used rather than stating what this is really all about, which appears to be a homeless shelter. My best friend lives in Geneva Woods, and there are homeless people living in the sanctuary areas behind their home consistently. Last year, she came home from dropping her grandchildren off at school to find 2 men inside her home robbing them. Putting a treatment center / homeless center in this neighborhood and others in Anchorage will only make this problem bigger. Let's talk about treatment centers for a second. Usually treatment centers involve methadone, right? So methadone has to be used every day. They have to show up every day to get their doses. So this means someone addicted will hang out in the area to not miss that dose. Homeless shelters, a lot of our homeless population don't want to stay at a homeless shelter because of the rules involved, but they will hang out in the area to take advantage of the other services offered. Adding again to the homeless camps in the immediate area. Should we let our children and grandchildren walk home from the bus stop with this next door? Should we allow them to play in the neighborhood, ride their bikes? I won't. Will you? Drive down 3rd Avenue at Bean's Cafe. You'll get a glimpse into what Midtown's future holds if you push this through. It's unsanitary, unsightly, and unsafe. To be frank, it's scary to drive through that area. I cringe every time I have to. I've been involved in several planning and zoning issues, and I've spoken before the Assembly multiple times. The planning and zoning process is involved It's lengthy, and it's there for a reason. Go through the process. Do your research. Follow the procedures. This decision is being rushed, and I implore you to look at other options. Please do what you are elected to do, which is represent your constituents, and please vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So at this point, I would accept a motion to continue this meeting to 6 p.m. tomorrow.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Yeah, on a motion to continue. Yeah.
Do you guys have numbers?
What do you mean, get his name?
Apparently you have numbers for the phone system. You don't have numbers for the line.
Yeah, we're going to make this vote, and then I'll address the statement that you're making. Okay. Yeah, we're ready. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson?
Or should it continue? We can't lose this. They'll continue till tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So that motion passes 10-0, so we'll be back at 6 p.m. So for folks who were here and did not get to testify, which I apologize, we ran out of time, if you can go ahead and give your name over here to Travis, and we will make sure that you are first in line to testify in person tomorrow.